Hey there, Space Cats. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to Paranormasight. It's the Mermaid's Curse continued. I don't know what this intro is. Sorry, everybody. Yeah, I just want to keep reading more. So let's get started. I'm opening the game. And we will see it on the screen shortly, I presume. Last time we did a bunch of stuff with Avi, and we do still have more Avi to continue with, but we do also have a Yumeko plot point to return to, and I kind of want to go back to her, because like we were at like a stopping point with Avi, so I feel kind of okay about like jumping over to Yumeko. Also, I miss her. We haven't seen her in a sec. And look at this preview image. Sato and Tsukasa are here. We haven't seen them in a second either. It's like, man, Avi and Cersei are great, but it was really just kind of like fixated on them without the other characters, you know? I really do wonder. Explore the island of Kamishima with Yusa in the Paranormasight, the Mermaid's Curse game for the Nintendo Switch 2 console. Yuzo can dive for abalone, collect stickers, and even die. That's true, yeah. I really do wonder, like, where we're gonna go with, like, assumedly alternate routes for them, where, like, Sato isn't alone in a blood field and Yusa isn't dead. Beyond just this one. Maybe we will just end up going back to this one. The one where nothing happens. Who knows? That was kind of, well, you know. Let's go with Yumiko though. Yumiko and her partner learn about the threat of the Curse of the Raging Waves encroaching upon Kamishima and head over to warn the island. Let's go. There they are! It's the girls! The Wakamura residence is just to the slip after you head through that alley. It's a bit of a maze though. Want me to show you? Ah, so it was that way. I love that Sato just shows up as this gigantic red highlight in her spirit sense. That's so fucking funny. Just like, something weird about this girl. Huh. Thank you. We should be fine by ourselves, I think. Got it. Take care then. Ma'am. Is something the matter? No, it's nothing. I'll tell you later. She's just smiling. She's just standing there smiling normal style. So good. Oh, let me get this straight. You're with the police. And you expect me to warn everyone on the island that a huge storm is on its way and get them ready to face it? That's it in a nutshell. I'm so glad you understand. Huh. It's about the Curse of the Raging Waves. Way ahead of you there. I've been warning them for ages. Well now, do you know about the curse? Can it be that a certain sorcerer acquaintance of yours told you about it? I want to know who this sorcerer is. I mean, God, I feel like I've been taking two big gaps between playing this game because, like, I'm pretty sure we don't know who this is yet. But still. That's right. Unlike you phony psychics who crawl out of the woodwork every other week, my instructor's the real deal. In that case, I expect this instructor also knows how the curse can be lifted. No, hasn't gotten that far yet, but it's not for lack of trying. Why, you saying you know a way to break it? Unfortunately, no. We've yet to determine the exact method for bringing it to an end. We are not without the means to do so, but first we require a map concealed in a mummified mermaid. Might you know of it? A mummified mermaid? What are you on about? It's some kind of ruse? I knew there was something fishy about you. What are you really after? Go on, out with it. I assure you, we only wish to lift the curse plaguing Kamishima. Would you be prepared to assist us in our efforts? Bah! A likely story. Trying to pull one over on old Wakamura, are we? Better than you've tried. Well, how's this? I'm not telling you another word. We're done here, understand? I don't have time to listen to this hogwash anyhow. I got business to attend to on the mainland, so off with you. Leave me in peace. Well, that is a shame, but I suppose there's nothing we can do. In any case, please do contact us if you learn anything that might be of use. I don't think he's gonna do that, Yumiko. Not very cooperative, is he? I don't see why he's so suspicious. He had his hackles up from the first. Perhaps he's so accustomed to dealing with rough customers that he can't believe anyone would be sincere. However, he does seem to be interested in breaking the curse of the raging waves as we are. True, and the sorcerer of his must have some psychic ability if they were able to perceive the curse. I wish I'd thought to ask their name. No, I think I have an idea of who it might be. It's a small world, this industry. Oh, really? Mr. Yamashina called them a big shot who has appeared on television, and I recognize their mark on the implements in Wakamura's room. It must be Suigen Gamyodo. Feel like Suigen Gamyodo. Have I heard this name? Not in the profiles, but is it? I have, but not in this game. Okay. No wonder. I don't remember what came up with him in the previous game. I guess we'll find out though. Invasion of Taishima. Wait, why is this new? Didn't we read this before? Yeah, Princess Hatsune Miku. Now, the fate of the mermaids might be new. After Harakage sealed the entrance to Ryugu, the two remaining mermaids, Nagame and Sabae, were left unable to return home. Nagame, free-spirited by nature and yearning to explore the seas beyond Ryugu, seized the opportunity to travel the world, a journey that would span the next 400 years. Enamored by the idea of a fairy tale romance, she was said to have been enthused at the thought of finding her own tale of eternal love as she left. However, the more serious Sabae was deeply affected by Hayase's sacrifice. Mourning her loss and filled with longing to return home to Ryugu, she spent her days hidden in the depths of Ise Bay, weeping bitterly. As Somekawa, the sole survivor of the Taishima Islanders, saw Sabae's tears and vowed to protect her, promising to do all he could to ensure her to return to Ryugu one day. The treasure the mermaids entrusted to him, a Tamate Bako, has been passed down through the generation of the Somekawa family as proof of the oath being honored by his descendants 400 years later. Yeah, okay. Suigen Gamyodo, huh? I do remember this, I think. The sketchy corpo guy that worked for the soap lady claims to be working for Suigen Gamyodo the first time you meet him. That's right, yeah. I feel like I remember seeing this image as well. No, they used to make frequent appearances on occult programs, so they always hid their face on camera. Sorry, not ringing any bells. Well, lately they seem to be raking in a fortune as a corporate consultant for hire. Their powers have a reputation for being accurate and potent, and their popularity has grown to the point where they can essentially name their price. If they're that good, maybe we should let them take care of the curse of the raging waves for us. Perhaps I should mention, Gamyodo's popularity has reached such heights only very recently. Up until last year, they had a very poor reputation among others in the industry. In fact, as I recall, on the list of notable psychics kept by the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, they were given the lowest rank. In other words, they were put on the same level as sham mediums riding the wave of the occult boom. Huh. I'd forgotten about that list. But their sudden rise to fame and fortune after changing up their business at the end of last year is certainly suspicious. I am more concerned about the possibility that they are using a harmful curse to suit the needs of the highest bidder. Regardless, I'm not sure I would trust them to handle this affair on their own. You never know. Maybe they just had a change of heart and started training seriously. Even so, I highly doubt they would have time in their busy schedule to venture out here and solve this case in our stead. Oh! Interesting. I just got the achievement for having all of the character profiles. So that's our cast then, I guess. Sorcerer. A mysterious sorcerer. Although said to possess exceptional supernatural abilities, they have revealed nothing of their true identity. Both their age and gender are unknown. Suiken Gamyodo was previously most known for their prominent media presence, with numerous appearances both on television and in magazines. Wearing an unusual outfit that covered their face, they would demonstrate a variety of psychic abilities, including exorcism of possessed individuals, assessment of submitted ghost photographs, identification of guiding spirits, and conduction of telepathic readings at haunted locations. Their unique sense of presence and high rate of accuracy garnered them a sizable following, particularly among occult enthusiasts, and they were known to accept consultations from the general public as well as media outlets. However, the end of the previous year saw this once public figure suddenly withdraw from the spotlight. They now mainly operate behind closed doors, signing consulting agreements with particular companies to provide a variety of services, including management advice from a metaphysical perspective, divination of auspicious and harmful events, proposals to improve their clients' luck, and the detection and elimination of paranormal disturbances. It's rumored that they will even cast curses on key personnel at rival companies, or conversely exorcise curses from targeted victims for the right price. The undeniable potency of their spiritual abilities has earned them immense trust from both the executives of their contracted companies and other wealthy individuals, and their behind-the-scenes reputation continues to grow. This has resulted in a sharp rise in their consulting fees, placing their services far beyond what any average individual can reasonably hope to afford. One of the companies they currently have a contract with belongs to Shinobi Wakamura, a local Kamishima magnate. Among psychics, opinion on them is more divided. Many have noted that their spiritual ability during the time they were openly active in the media was too weak to allow them to perform advanced techniques of any sort, to the extent that they were considered they're little better than a fraud, leading to suspicions about what prompted their sudden change in course. It is now almost impossible to find footage and articles from their past media appearances, and the names of the companies with which they have consulting contracts are entirely undisclosed, obfuscating their identity and purpose and the true extent of their power. You see... Oh, it's Sato! Oh, Ah, you're the girl who showed us the way earlier. Good thing I caught you. Mind if we have a word? Actually, I'd rather not. I'm afraid you don't really have a choice, because I already know that you're an 800-year immortal. What are you talking about? Don't even bother. That shocked look has already given you away. Besides, you have nothing to fear. Your secret's safe with me. Come on, let's take this somewhere more private. All right. So, in short, when you came to, you'd been washed up on the shore of the bay. Wakamura took you in. And that's as far back as your memories go. You don't remember anything about your life before that? Not even why you became immortal?
No, except I'm pretty sure I was forced to eat mermaid flesh by someone.
But you don't know when or why?
No.
So you've only recently woken up, and you've no idea where you were or what you were doing before that?
Pretty much. I get the feeling I was in kind of a deep sleep at the bottom of the sea for a few hundred years. But I've got no clue why or how or what led up to it.
Interesting. Well, how about we go over the facts one by one just to make sure we're on the same page?
Okay.
Finally, I get to scroll around and look for stickers. The real gameplay. There doesn't seem to be any. It's so funny that she's just red. I wonder if Wakamura knows about her immortality. He seems to be her guardian. If he does know, and let's slip to Yamashina about it, that could become a problem. There's one thing after another. What are we to do about her? This is the southwestern coast of the island. We've got it all to ourselves right now. Soto has been researching the ways in which spirit sense affects the human brain. So I'm sure he must be curious what effects longevity has on the minds and psyches of 800-year-old mortals. It appears she has a lot of gaps in her memory. Having never encountered an 800-year immortal before, I must confess I am bursting with questions. How does such a lifespan impact the structure of their brains and memories? It would be fascinating to find out. Okay. This girl, she calls herself Sato Shiranami. I wonder if she made that name up. Either way, I doubt we'd find her in the civil registry, though that shouldn't affect her life too much while she's living on Kamishima. If her readiness to give us directions earlier is anything to go by, she seems to know the island quite well. I just hope she'll be alright. Now, am I right in thinking you didn't eat mermaid flesh and go straight to sleep? Yeah, he definitely has the vibe of he has the pipe to look cool. You were up and about for a few years in between, at least.
I think so.
What interests me is the fact that you were already familiar with the term 800-year immortal. It is not a widely known concept. You must have been in the unique position to acquire knowledge of it before you went to sleep.
Yeah, I have a vague memory of being told that's what we're called.
1 second. Okay.
But I don't know when that happened or where, let alone who it was.
Maybe you'll remember more in detail if we touch on some other topics. Guess we'll just have to go by process of elimination, work our way down the list till we get hit.
By the way, I was wondering, how did you know I was an 800-year immortal?
Oh, that. These eyes of mine have what you might call a special ability.
A special ability?
If I look hard enough at someone, well, they turn red if they're magic or something. I can tell whether they're an ordinary human or an immortal. It's like you have a different colored aura about you, like you're literally red.
Really?
Not only that, but it turns out with a bit of focus, even immortals can tell each other apart. Oh. Wait, what? Was that? Huh? Why did she say, is that so? Interesting. Is that so?
Oh, I just meant you look the same as anyone else to me.
Wait, this feels like there is a line missing. What happened here? She didn't say anything. Interesting. I'm not an immortal myself, you know.
Really? I thought for sure you must be, since you seem to know so much about all this.
Just one thing after another. What are we to do about her? Oh. Same. I'm not an immortal myself, you know. Oh, okay, interesting. That stopped. Let's talk about her.
Is there a reason for all these questions?
Well, not to sound insensitive, I'm sure it can't be easy for you going about without any memories and all. But I was hoping you might know something that could be of use to us. Given your history, there's a chance you possess information otherwise lost to time.
Maybe, but I'm not sure how much help I'll be. I remember so little.
Okay. I guess we just gotta go into the reason for visiting from there. Come to think of it, I'd say it's about time we introduced ourselves. I'll admit, we don't exactly look the part, but the truth is...
You're with the police? Wow, I never would have guessed there was a Paranormal Affairs department. Honestly, I thought all psychics in this age were frauds. At least, that's the impression I got from watching TV.
To be fair, the majority of them are, but for the record, our department is officially approved by the government.
Really? Huh. Back in my time, psychics were treated as onmyoji, and even held official positions in the Bureau of Onmyo, a public institution.
Oh, you seem to know a lot about that. Were you involved somehow?
Huh? Oh... I explained all that without even thinking. It just came naturally to me. Honestly, I'm as surprised as you are. I guess this means I must have had something to do with the Bureau of Onmyo.
And it seems your memories aren't lost after all. All we have to do is find a way to trigger them. The Bureau of Onmyo was one of the government offices under the Ritsuryo system, existing from the Asuka period through to the early Meiji era. Based on the practice of Onmyodo, it generally oversaw such matters as astronomical observation, the creation of calendars, and management of time systems, and the divination of auspicious or harmful events. However, it is also said that it occasionally invoked powers beyond human understanding to handle the banishment and cleansing of disasters and impurities. The Onmyoji affiliated with the Bureau were not merely diviners, they were also bureaucrats, albeit ones possessing advanced training in mathematics and knowledge of astronomy. In some eras, their influence was even great enough to sway the very course of the nation. Their presence in the imperial court was highly valued. Spiritual practitioners in the service of the state were also formally inducted as Onmyoji, operating under the banner of the Bureau. The current treatment of spiritual phenomenon as non-existent largely stems from the abolishment of the Bureau of Onmyo during the Meiji Restoration, in line with Japan taking on principles of science and technology as the new framework for the nation. Over time, state involvement in spiritual matters gradually came to be seen as taboo. However, psychics continued their work to maintain public order behind the scenes, passing this torch down through successive generations until the establishment of the new Police Act in the latter half of the Showa period, whereupon their work eventually came to form the foundation of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau.
Oh, actually, talking about the Bureau of Onmyo brought back another memory. I'm pretty sure it was an Onmyoji who put me to sleep, using some kind of spell to keep me in a state between life and death.
Really? So someone intentionally put you to sleep under the sea. but there must have been a good reason for it. From what point are your memories clearest, would you say?
Well, I guess about 3 months ago when the spell keeping me in that state under the sea wore off.
From when you woke up then, I see. Paranormasight 32 months! Hello, Omnicore. Thank you for being subbed. I appreciate it. I know that look. Did you notice something? I'd know that look even if I wasn't looking at you, Soto. Not exactly. It simply occurred to me that if her state of, shall we say, suspended animation was lifted while she was in the sea depths, would she not have drowned and resurrected several times over?
Oh, yeah, I did. It was hell. I woke up under the sea, unable to breathe, drowned, came back, over and over again. It was horrible, and I still remember it. Every last second.
Jeez. Sorry you had to go through that.
The instant I came back, I'd swim as hard as I could, trying to reach the surface. But even so, I think it took me about 3 days to reach the shore.
Holy shit.
I lost count of how many times I died down there. And finally, I came to in Kamishima Bay. Mr. Wakamura found me and took me in. And I've been living here peacefully ever since. No one's even suspected I'm immortal.
You're sure about that, are you? No one else knows?
Huh? Yeah, I mean, I think so.
Anyhow, I guess that settles the issue of how far back your memories go. Anything near Soda? No.
Is there a reason for all these questions?
Well, not to sound insensitive. What? Oh, okay, it's just like going back to this now. Interesting.
So anyway, what are a couple of Paranormal Affairs officials doing on Kamishima?
Working a case, of course. What else? Our job is to resolve incidents caused by curses and paranormal phenomena, and whenever possible, prevent them from occurring. It's up to us to solve the greatest mysteries and do whatever it takes to keep the peace, which is usually a lot.
Wait, does that mean something's happened here?
You don't know, huh?
No, what?
Sounds like we better fill you in a bit first. We're working several cases right now, but I'd say only 2 of them are a priority.
2?
Mind you, we've known about the first one for quite some time. The Curse of the Raging Waves. We've come to lift it before it unleashes a huge storm on the southern sea of Kamishima.
The Curse of the Raging Waves?
That's right. Ever heard of it?
No, never.
That's to be expected. I imagine the islanders aren't too fond of discussing the disaster. Anyhow, that situation is ongoing. As for the other priority case...
Right, you mentioned there were 2?
We actually only learned about this one after we arrived on the island today, but... protocol dictates that we have to deal with any 800-year immortals we find.
What do you mean deal with?
It's not all that difficult to understand. To begin with, 800-year immortals shouldn't exist in this world. And if their existence were to become public knowledge, it would lead to an outbreak of trouble of every kind. Heck, some people are already looking to gain immortality for themselves at any cost.
But, what?
For the sake of maintaining public order, it's vital that the world remains convinced immortality is just a myth. However... Stop her, Soto! Halt!
It was so mean.
Can't you just let me go? Calm down, will you? I hadn't finished. What I was going to say was, I've got no intention of doing anything with you, so don't worry.
Wait, really?
Surprised, but you should know better than anyone why that would be. You might be an 800-year immortal, but your time's nearly up. Oh. These eyes never lie. Sato Shiranami, for the first time in centuries, you're standing on death's door.
No.
In a matter of a few days, you'll be gone from this world. Am I right?
Yes. It's exactly as you say. I think I've only got 2 days left now. No, what? 2 days?
Just 2 more, huh? So you knew this was coming, but you chose to make a life for yourself on the island even so.
Yeah. I've known all along, from the moment I woke up.
Ah, is that why it took you 3 days to make it to the shore? I imagine knowing you had so little time left must have made it difficult to work up the strength to save yourself.
Oh, it did. But my desperation to escape won out in the end.
Well, now you know why I'm prepared to turn a blind eye. In just 48 hours, give or take, you will fade away, and that'll be that. Kind of mean to say it like that to her, Yumeko. Come on, you're being mean to her. Sato's the best. Of course, you would have to swear to keep your identity a secret to the last. But provided you can keep your word, you're free to go.
I can, and I will. Thank you.
Don't thank me yet. There's another matter I'll be needing your help with if I'm to leave you be.
Another matter?
For starters, only 2 days of her 800-year lifespan remain. She knows it, and she's perfectly calm. Seems she's accepted her fate. If so, I suppose there's no harm in letting her go about her business as usual. I'd not take that time away from her if I can help it. Oh my god, wait, this is why she's not... This is why she and Tsukasa aren't together. She's keeping herself from being with her because she knows she's about to die. This is so sad.
The Yuri is so tragic.
Okay, just double checking. Only 2 days left to live. What would it be like to greet death after living 100 years estranged from it? I can hardly imagine. It's surely beyond any mortal to understand. Sato. Right now, we're looking for a way to lift the curse of the raging waves. But that's Soto's area of expertise, so I'll leave the explanation to him. Right. This concerns a legend passed down in my family, the Kiryu clan, over generations. Oh, I should mention, this is something I pieced together from various sources, so it may not be entirely accurate.
Right.
Long ago, south of Kamishima, there was an island called Taishima. It is said that 400 years ago, it was beset by an earthquake and a tsunami in an event so catastrophic that the island sunk to the seafloor.
Taishima.
However, the truth of the matter is that it was invaded and laid waste to. Then in the aftermath, the islanders' intense hatred coalesced into the Curse of the Raging Waves, which manifested as a tremendous storm.
I see.
400 years ago, so this would have been toward the end of the Sengoku period, correct? Yes, ma'am. The Honoji incident, in which Oda Nobunaga ended his life, took place in 1582, if you'll recall. Following this event, one of my ancestors, an accomplished onmyoji by the name of Harukage Tsuchimikado, sacrificed a young woman, one of the survivors of Taishima, in order to seal away the source of the Curse of the Raging Waves. Okay, of course.
An onmyoji, Harukage Tsuchimikado.
Wouldn't that make your ancestor a direct descendant of Abe no Seimei? Sounds to me like you share a bloodline with the onmyoji elite. Yes and no. While Harukage's powers are potent, he was never affiliated with the Bureau of Onmyo. In fact, he shunned his illustrious surname early on and left the government service, preferring to uphold peace as a civilian. Oh, so he was an eccentric and an elite. Gotcha. Harukage's seal was not permanent, however. It would only endure for 4 centuries.
Wait, you mean...
Yeah, this was the last year of peace. Oh, yeah, this is the last year of peace. Actually, the seal's already broken.
Isn't that really bad?
For now, the curse appears to be inert, but the storm could strike at any moment.
Okay, so you need to find a way to seal the curse again, is that it?
Not seal it, break it. We're here to put an end to this curse for good. Shouldn't be too difficult. It's bound to have weakened a bit after 400 years. Indeed, that seems to have been Harukage's plan, for legend tells that he left behind instructions detailing how the curse could be lifted after 400 years had elapsed. However, the map that would have led us to these instructions has been lost.
Oh no.
It seems they were once concealed inside a model of a mummified mermaid. Yet over time, this fact was forgotten, and at some point in my family's history, the object in question was sold to a foreign buyer.
But if you don't have the map, then what are you going to do?
Well, we were hoping to find some clue as to the map's whereabouts here on Kamishima. But we've had no luck so far. I reckon we've hit a dead end.
I see.
Very funny. They've run into Cersei. They haven't run into Avi himself yet, though. I'll be looking forward to that. Apparently, Wakamura's been trying to find a way to end the Curse of the Raging Waves himself. Weird! Guess that map's out of the question. Nobody ever said anything has anything to do with it. Too bad. Yeah, it's really too bad. He told us he'd already warned the islanders about the impending danger and refused to have anything more to do with us.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I just hope that'll be the end of it, but this is one job I can't afford to foist off on anyone else. Not entirely, anyway. Okay. Just checking on that. You know, it's really nice that they have the check marks. But I kind of wish they also had an icon for when there's something you haven't read as well. Because sometimes, you know, like, blank means there's something new to read, and sometimes it means you're at a dead end for now. But that's okay. I was thinking more like a sparkle or something. But yeah. If your lifespan is nearly at an end, that must mean you consumed the flesh of a mermaid exactly 800 years ago. Of course, you already knew that, didn't you? Not that you've been forthcoming about it.
Sorry.
Don't apologize. That just proves you know how to hold your tongue. A valuable skill when you've got a secret to keep. Mind you, this fact does put matters in a new light. Say, Soda, what events took place 800 years ago? Let's see, 8 centuries ago from the present day. That would place us midway through the 1180s, when the Heian period was coming to an end. Right around when the Genpei War took place. Ah, of course! The Heikei! Exactly. Don't you think that there might be a connection?
Huh?
Alright, next question. You wouldn't happen to know much about the Heikei, would you?
The Heikei? Why do you ask?
This actually pertains to one of the other cases we're working on, but we've got reason to believe that someone out there is using the curse of the Heikei to commit murder.
The curse of the Heikei?
Did you hear about those skeletal remains that turned up near here? It was all over the news.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
I do like her thinking sprite a lot. Though I guess that's probably obvious considering I used it as the basis for the thumbnail art. Well, we suspect the curse of the Heikei may be involved. And seeing as you were alive 800 years ago, I was hoping you might know something about the Heikei that could help us. If we're right in thinking that you had ties to the Bureau of Onmyo, the timing matches up perfectly.
I might have known once, but nothing's coming to me at the moment.
Really? Shoot. On that note, I too have noticed a potential correlation. There was a legend that tells how Taira no Tadamori was presented with the flesh of a mermaid at Betsuho. Perhaps that was the flesh Sato consumed to gain her immortality. Actually, I'm pretty familiar with that legend myself, and the so-called mermaids that were caught at Betsuho definitely weren't the kind that can make anyone immortal. Oh, is that so? God, he's so fucking sopping wet here. This expression is like so pathetic. He's pretty good. I like Soto. But if you ask me, Sato here couldn't have become immortal by eating mermaid flesh. Without the use of a relic called the Tamate Bako. Now does that ring any bells?
Huh? Wait, mermaid flesh in the Tamate Bako!
Oh? Have you remembered something?
Yes, that's it! It was one of the Heikei. A man, wearing a suit of armor. We were on a boat. And he had the Tamate Bako. There was mermaid flesh inside it. He wanted me to eat some of it.
A warrior in armor, could it be? So, sounds like you had ties to the Heikei as well. And this man, he was the one who made you eat mermaid flesh.
Yes, I remember now.
What was his name? Do you remember that too?
I think it was Tomo something? Tomoshige? That's it! The man's name is Taira no Tomoshige!
Taira no Tomoshige? That was the name of one of Taira no Yorimori's son. And Yorimori himself was the son of Tadamori's official wife. So you're telling me that Tadamori's grandson forced Sato to eat mermaid flesh? What do we know about this Taira no Tomoshige, anyway? Not much, aside from the fact that he was part of the clan's main lineage. History has not seen fit to record his deeds, whatever they may have been. Well, he may not have been one of the clan's famous warriors, but to think you actually knew one of the Heikei. You mentioned you were on a boat. Do you recall anything else?
I think we were being chased.
I do not wonder at that. At the end of the Heian period, the Heikei were being pursued by the full might of Genshi's forces.
I was struck by an arrow, and I fell into the sea and drowned. But by that time, I had already become immortal. Later, I must have resurrected and washed up somewhere along the coast, and I guess that's how I escaped.
She's constantly falling in the ocean and resurrecting in the ocean. What about Tomoshige? Did he eat some of the mermaid flesh too?
I'm not sure. I don't remember that part, but I don't think I encountered him again after that.
So Tomoshige must be the guy from the phone. This is the scary, creepy guy. If you remember, ma'am, that curse echo I witnessed earlier held the fame-blamed Nukemaru. Perhaps Tomoshige inherited the blade from Yorimori and wielded it with the intent to avenge his clan. Well, that would disrupt what I just said just now, exactly. Because he would have to be dead to create a curse echo, I'm pretty sure, right? Well, it could be that it was somebody else who is the curse echo. It could be that it's somebody else who's immortal. I don't know. Thinking about it, I guess. After all, future generations would surely have held a memorial service for a warrior of renown like Yorimori, setting his spirit to rest. Tomoshige, on the other hand, is unlikely to have received the same treatment. If so, his hatred may have persisted long after his death. Reading the curse of the Heike, it is a distinct possibility.
This curse sounds terrifying.
I have to say, I wasn't expecting a connection here. You know, Sato, it's starting to sound like you're involved in all the incidents that have gone down in these parts over the centuries.
Not by choice. Anyway, I get the feeling this tyrant of Tomoshige wasn't a very nice guy. And this curse of his sounds even nastier. Could it really still be active after all this time?
It certainly looks that way. The Heike's resentment is awfully persistent, I hear.
You don't think he could have held a grudge against me, do you?
Who knows? That would depend on your relationship with him back then.
Oh, man.
However, it appears someone is actively wielding the curse of the Heike at present. Therefore, the targets of the curse would be decided by this individual, whoever they may be.
Another unknown, huh?
The curse of Tomoshige, a curse born from Tyranno Tomoshige's feelings of malice and resentment that lingered after the fall of the Taira clan, kills an individual who meets the conditions by cleaving them in two. Right. Hang on. When was this? The spooky samurai, yeah. When was this? It feels like... the Sengoku period. So this is probably too far out. Yabukuni, Osato. So, none of this story that she's supposedly from, the legend of Osato is not really actually what's happened to Sato. You know, Tomokazuki hasn't come up that much since. This was Tales of Issei. Tale of Genji was influenced by this. Oh man.
If this gets scary, I'm quitting.
Yeah? Are you getting scared? Are you afraid? She, yeah. Taro. I don't know. I was trying to see if I could identify what might be going on in Sato's history with any of the other stuff from here that isn't, like, you know, specifically like the Yabukuni story, or what we know about, like, the sealing of the Curse of the Raging Waves and such. But the main thing I was thinking of was the stories about Hatsune Miku. We have, like, the legend here, but we learned, like, the true story with Avi, right? But I don't think it's in here. Is it? I don't know. Whatever. Not a big deal. Figuring out the origin of the curse is all well and good, but it doesn't help us solve the case. We need to track down the person who's actually using it, or it'll keep happening. Indeed.
Hope you find them soon.
Apparently, Wakamura has been trying to find a way to end the Curse of the Raging Waves himself. No, we saw this. How about talking about Sato? By the way, you wouldn't happen to be concealing anything else, would you?
Huh? No,
It's fine. I'll not pry. Just so long as you answer my questions. Okay. But first, before I forget.
Yes?
Keep our meeting today a secret, and don't let on to anyone that you know about the Curse of the Raging Waves.
Okay.
Yeah, she's really got some great frames in here. Like, her sprites are really good. Yumiko's awesome. People get suspicious otherwise. Even if Wakamura tells you about it, be sure to act surprised. I figured that shouldn't be too difficult for you. You're an experienced secret keeper after all.
I don't know about that, but I'll do my best.
Huh. No, still on this. Interesting. Now, there's something I'd like you to try and remember for me.
Me? But...
Humor me. Doesn't the story behind the Curse of the Raging Waves ring any bells?
Why should it?
The girl who was sacrificed in order to seal away the Curse of the Raging Waves 4 centuries ago. Might that not have been you, Sato Shiranami? I'm kind of surprised they didn't do the sting there.
What?
You said yourself that it was an Onmyoji who put you in that state of deep slumber on the seafloor. Does it not seem highly probable that you were the sacrifice who's held back the curse for the past 400 years?
Oh man, you're right. That was me.
I knew it.
I'm sorry, I can't. No more. I can't do this anymore.
What's the matter with you? Get a hold of yourself. Is it that painful to remember? We didn't come here to ask you to sacrifice yourself again if that's what you're worried about. All those years under the sea can't have been easy on her, you know. She wasn't really asleep. Her brain would have still been active. Cripes. I like how, like, I feel like a lot of stories about immortality would be like, oh, well, immortality is bad because, like, it distances you from other people. And this story is like, immortality is bad because it's a fucking living hell. You are in pain constantly. It's kind of fun that it's that extreme about it. Moreover, there is a limit to how many memories a human brain can hold. I would estimate the maximum capacity to be about 100 years worth. Are you saying she remembers being in that state under the sea? Listen, it probably hits different if you're not being thrown into a hole in the ocean. I mean, it kind of feels like they make immortals to throw them in holes in the ocean, though. In a sense, I presume her memory is filled with stretches of utter darkness, her view of the sea depths. Any memories from before that time have likely been pushed deep into her subconscious. Then maybe they're not gone for good. There's a chance she'll remember more if we just need to find the right trigger. Sorry, I didn't mean to freak out on you like that. It took me a sec to get over the shock. Well, it seems my theory about you being the sacrifice is right on the money. But it doesn't look like you'll be able to tell us too much about the past after all. Guess not. I wish I could have been more help.
Oh, there's something else I'd like to ask you.
Be my guest.
How exactly do you deal with 800-year immortals?
You sure you want to know?
Huh?
Since it's not going to happen to you, there's no reason for you to think about it.
I thought it would be something like taking away their immortality.
Unfortunately, that is downright impossible. Because your original body is long gone, you know.
But then, what else can you do?
You tell her, Soto. Must I always be the one to handle these unpleasant topics? Besides, I see no point in explaining something that she's already painfully familiar with.
What do you mean?
Among the arts we psychics wield is a spell that can place even an immortal into a state of apparent death. Once that is done, they can simply be sealed in an underground vault for the rest of their days. This seems incredibly cruel and awful. This seems like not what you should do to anybody, even if they're immortal.
Wait, you mean it's the same thing that happened to me?
They are cops, it's true. ACAB includes paranormal cops as well. Essentially, yes, except that in your case, it was for the purpose of making you a sacrifice. And you woke up before your lifespan came to an end.
Yikes.
Mind you, neither Soda nor I has ever actually done this to anyone. Though I did hear a rumor that someone was dealt with that way a few decades back. Of course, there have been 800-year immortals who sought ways to become mortal again in the past. But they all failed. Even if they managed to track down the mermaid who gave them their immortality, it was no good. That's why more than a few immortals have ended up living out their long lives in religious seclusion. Yeah, okay.
But, does this mean the seal broke because I woke up?
We cannot be certain of that. Perhaps it was the other way around. The seal may have broken of its own accord, releasing you from your slumber. Either way, it's not your fault. Don't you go blaming yourself for any of this. Yumiko and Soto are like really like flipping back and forth between like, no, don't worry, we like you, you're chill, you're great, don't blame yourself, and also like being like, by the way, we kill people like you.
Still, if I hadn't...
Listen, your sacrifice kept the curse at bay for 4 whole centuries. That's half of your extended lifespan. No one could ask more of you than that. The rest is up to Soto. Isn't that right? Yes, but I'm counting on your help as well, ma'am. You're one of the good immortals. So, any chance you've remembered something about the Curse of the Raging Waves? Did the Amyoji, Harukage Tsuchimikado, happen to tell you how it could be lifted?
I'm sorry, all that's came back to me is the fact that I was sacrificed. I don't remember the Amyoji at all, know what kind of person he was, or anything. The most I can remember is that I think he said something about the curse being lifted after 400 years.
That's all, huh? Well, be sure to let us know if you remember anything else that could help us break the curse.
I will.
Speaking of immortals, there's something else I had to ask you.
Yes?
No, I'm not certain about this, but I get the feeling there's another 800-year immortal on Kameshima right now.
What?
Any idea who it might be?
No, I don't have a clue.
Are you sure about that?
Huh?
Because if there is another immortal here, I'll find them eventually, you know, even if I have to scour the island from end to end. Does that change your answer?
No, I really don't know who it could be.
Alright, if you say so. Guess this means I'll have to search the island after all, as if I didn't have enough to deal with. Well, I'd say that about covers everything. We've talked your ear off long enough. It must be confusing, all this talk of the past. We'll not trouble you any further.
Right, thank you.
Still, give it a bit of time, and something else might come back to you. If it does, please let us know. We'll be visiting the island again real soon, so you should have a chance.
Oh, will do. I'll be going then.
Nice turnaround. The fact that the turnaround was so elaborate kind of made me feel like something more dramatic was about to happen, but no, she just turned around and left. So, now what? She's given us much to ponder. To think we'd encounter a living witness, I'd never have dreamt it possible. Sure, it was fascinating, but I can't say it did us much good as far as our investigation is concerned. Besides, she's still hiding something, that one. You think so, ma'am? I do. In fact, I bet on it. She might even be up to something. But our primary objective here is to lift the curse of the raging waves. We don't need to start digging into anything else without good reason. On that note, do you really intend to search the island for this other 800-year immortal? Yeah, I figured we might as well look into that too while we're here. Understood. Yeah? Huh? Now, Storyteller, you're not actually standing there, right? Like, you're not actually on the beach right now, right, Storyteller? That doesn't make any sense to me. Surely you're just superimposing yourself into the scene right now, right? I don't think you're actually here, Storyteller, okay? My apologies for the interruption, but there's an important matter I wish to discuss with you. Now then, I believe you've just been privy to quite the interesting development. As Yumiko Shiki would tell it, Sato Shiranami is not the only 800-year immortal here on Kameshima. And so I would pose you a question. There is indeed one more individual on Kameshima who has made a miraculous return from the dead. You've borne witness to the death and revival of this individual a total of 3 times.
Wait, what?
Who have I seen die 3 times? It's Yuza. Yeah, it has to be. With this in mind, allow me to ask, who is the other 800-year immortal on Kamishima? Please tell me their name. Yuza. Correct. The answer is Yuza Minakuchi. To think you got it in one go. You're quite the observant one. I mean, he did... He did die several times in this story. The fucking Tomokazuki got him. Actually, come to think of it, aside from him dying with his head getting cut off, didn't I also kill him once from like diving too long as well? That might be the third one that they counted, because I was stopping myself because I was thinking like, no, I think we've only seen him die 2 times as like part of the story. But then I was like, this game does that shit, right? It like increments that shit. And yeah. The fact that there was a dead end in the beginning, and it like the game progressed after that from there, and yet we talked about it, and then Yuzu was also like fine and stuff too. It was a different number for you. Okay, that makes sense. Every time Yuzu ran out of oxygen while diving, he suffocated to death in the ocean depths. However, following his demise, he returned to life and was able to continue where he had left off. It would normally be highly unusual for someone to reach diver rank 20 on their first outing. Yeah, I guess it would be, wouldn't it? Puzzle that gets easier the worse you are at the game. Yeah, it's called a hint system, okay? Such a feat would be difficult indeed unless one was unburdened by the fear of failure or the fear of death. It was this knowledge of his own immortality that led to him displaying such an uncanny degree of confidence. As you may have suspected, Yuza Minakuchi became an 800-year immortal 5 years ago when he was saved by a mermaid. In truth, help arrived too late that fateful day, and it became the first time he lost his life. Yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking immediately. When, like, that was, like, my immediate next thought after, like, it's Yuza. I wonder what light this new information will cast on events going forward. With that, please enjoy the continuation of this tale. I wonder what happens when you get that wrong. Aha! Of course. We got a new Yuza bit. Naturally. We didn't get any fucking birds in that Yumiko chapter. I'm upset. The Storyteller takes away your reading comprehension certificate. Yeah. Yeah, the Storyteller checks if you have that achievement from Of the Devil and goes, no, 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 and deletes it. I didn't miss anything, did I? No, there was only one panorama segment, and I looked around, but I'm also gonna double check anyways. Okay, no, it's fine. Obviously, we go back to Yuza. Several days after the night of the tragedy, Yuza is lost in his thoughts alone on the beach. Yeah, okay. It's been 1 week since the night Kamishima was struck by a tragic storm of mysterious attacks. So, Question about this. Why isn't Yuza 12? If he became immortal when he was 12, I think that he's 17, like Sato, right? No, he's 18. Okay, why isn't Yuza 13? Because he doesn't seem like he's 13 in terms of appearance. I think that would be, like, much more obvious. He is, like, he's, like, short, I guess, but, like... His grandma Dizzy hasn't grown since middle school. Yeah, I guess so. But he doesn't, like, okay, he's short, but, like, he doesn't look like a 13-year-old, you know? Like, your face changes between age 13 and 18. But okay, whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. It's been 1 week since the night Kamishima was struck by a tragic storm of mysterious attacks. All in all, it resulted in 16 casualties, 7 missing, and 20 buildings totally or partially destroyed. Wow, the buildings? A horrific calamity caused a huge stir when news broke about what happened. The culprit responsible for the massacre is still unknown, and the investigation is ongoing. I went diving this morning for the first time since that day.
These buildings have been completely destroyed.
That's true. No one's taking their boats out right now, so it's a short dive from the shore. Oh, hi! Anything to spot in terms of stickers? It doesn't look like it. No stickers still. I want a sticker so bad! I want to see the birds! Sometimes I think about the plans we all made to have fun here. Wonder how that would have gone if things hadn't turned out the way they did. I guess there's no point in thinking about that now, though. I would imagine probably the intensity of the color has something to do with how long she's been immortal. Bro! Okay, I've never seen this pop up on Think before. I want to think about my friends first. Zami and Tsukasa's bodies were found in front of the lighthouse. There's no way of knowing what happened to them now. But I'm told Azami was found collapsed on top of Tsukasa, as though he tried to protect her to the very end. I wouldn't have expected anything less from him. Unable to bear the tragedy that had befallen Kamishima, Sato Shiranami apparently gave herself over to the assassin and left the island with them. I don't know if whoever sent the assassin got what they wanted in the end. Probably never coming back. But either way, it took any chance of my seeing her again with them. You leave. I doubt I'll ever meet her again. Yeah, I mean, she's also just gonna die. Like, I don't know. Today. Like, how long has it been? Has it been 1 day or 2 days? Maybe 2 days. Maybe 1 day is like tomorrow. The storm struck before we could even mourn those who were killed. Oh yeah, no, it's been... Oh yeah, okay. So Sato is just dead. Okay. The storm struck before we could even mourn those who were killed. Left the town in tatters. Things are barely functioning right now. Everyone is somehow managing to get by on the aid that we're receiving, but it's apparently going to take years to fully rebuild. Some people fled Kamishima the moment they could, citing what happened as proof of some sort of divine punishment. Most of those who stayed are already trying to put the tragedy behind them and look to the future. They managed to get back on their feet 5 years ago, so I'm sure they'll be fine this time too. Although they've been bombarded by accusations and demands for them to take responsibility, the Wakamuras have been busy doing what they can. Following news reports on the calamity, there is an uptick in unsavory rumors that Kamishima is cursed in some way. But perhaps because of the current occult craze, a bunch of people have expressed interest in visiting once all the restoration work's done. The mail order service for souvenirs that was set up to help fund recovery efforts has been flooded with orders. Okay. The same night as the attack on Kamishima, a massive storm caused by the curse of the raging waves broke out in the sea to the south of the island. It seems the bronze mirror my mom left wasn't enough to hold back the curse by itself after all. Many of those who attempted to flee the island by boat were caught in the storm and are still missing. The storm descended on Kamishima soon afterwards, and the island was swept by harsh winds and lashing rain for 3 days straight. No one was able to leave their homes, and it caused several blackouts and landslides across the island. Several buildings were also completely destroyed. Everyone was made painfully aware just how fearsome the curse of the raging waves is. Combined with the horror of the massacre, the entire ordeal has left a deep scar on those who remain. There's still an eerie rumbling coming from the sea. No one knows when another storm might strike again. Everyone here is still too on edge to take their boats out to fish. The ferry service to the island is currently suspended as well. Naturally, no one paid me any mind when I headed out to dive today. The pair from Tokyo had apparently come to Kamishima to try and find a way to dispel the curse of the raging waves. They were extremely regretful about failing to stop the storm, and went around apologizing to everyone in its wake. It seems they're still planning to find a solution, though, and I've asked for my cooperation. I see. The culprit? We still don't know who the culprit behind the massacre, the so-called assassin, was. The investigation is proceeding under the assumption that it was one of the people who went missing that night. But it seems like it's not making much progress. Among other things, they're having to conduct it behind closed doors so word doesn't get out that it was caused by a curse. Many people tried to escape the island by sea that night, but most of them ended up getting caught in the storm and going missing. Could the culprit behind the massacre have been among them? I don't have much to show for my dives today. My catch has been pretty pitiful, to say the least. Looks like I really am hopeless without Azami. Oh. Well, that's everything to think about. After all that happened, I'm once again the only one left alive. Well, I don't know if alive is the right word. I did get my head cut off once by the curse after all. But to be honest, I don't have it in me to care anymore. I couldn't fulfill what I set out to do, despite swearing I'd see it through. I have nothing left. It seems my fate is in the hands of that pair from Tokyo now. I don't know what they have planned for me, but whatever it is, I intend to accept it. Oh. Thank you, everyone, for everything. Oh shit, I didn't get to talk to them. I guess I should have done that. Fuck. Goodbye. A hopeless outcome. Reach Yuzu Minikuchi's bad ending. Wait, why is this all the way at the beginning of the timeline? Huh. Hang on, I wanna open that one again, just so that I can actually talk to them. And then we'll just jump back to the timeline after I see that. Pair in traditional clothes. This suspicious pair apparently came here all the way from Tokyo. It seems they have business with me, so they're currently waiting for me to finish diving. Apparently, I'm going to be taken into custody. I actually finished diving a while ago, but they're not trying to rush me. They seem to be waiting for me to prepare myself. They understand I need some time, so they're kind enough to wait patiently for me. I see. Okay. Alright, we gotta jump to this. Approximately 1 month ago, having only just returned to Kamishima, Yuzo Minakuchi goes to the roof of the Kante Kisho ruins for some time alone, only to find Sato Shiranami there. Are they gonna try to make me believe in, like, Yuzo Sato or something? Because I won't. Huh? There's someone already here. How unusual.
Whoa, you scared me. Darn, I didn't think anyone else would come here.
Oh, I take it I'm not welcome. I didn't think there would be anyone else up here either, so that makes 2 of us.
So, who are you?
I'm Yuzo Minakuchi. I recently moved back to Kamishima.
Oh. So you're that old friend of Tsukasa's, was it?
Yep, I don't think we've spoken before. You're Sato Shiranami, right? Mr. Wakamura's relative? Nice to meet you.
Wait, how do you know who I am? That's kind of creepy.
You're pretty much the talk of the town. I'm sure almost everyone here knows who you are.
Is that so? I'd rather not stand out.
It's a small island. Word spreads quick about who comes and goes.
Sorry, but could you leave me be? I don't feel like talking to anyone.
I see. Well, I just came here to enjoy the view alone. I'll just be over here looking at the sea, so it won't be a bother. That work for you?
Fine.
Gonna die if there isn't a sticker. What are they doing to me? I need them. You can't just keep the stickers from me like this. You can see all the way from Ise Bay out towards Enshutsu from here. It's a great view. That doesn't mean I want to share it with anyone. Thankfully, most of the islanders don't come up here that often, so I sometimes come here to unwind. They built a rest spot for any tourists who come up here, but it doesn't see much use. There are a lot of reefs in the area, and the tide is strong, so it can make for tough sailing. And from here it looks as tranquil as can be. Coming here always helps clear my head. Now then, I'm back here after quitting work after just 3 months. I went to a boarding school on the mainland for high school, so it's been about 3.5 years since I actually lived on Kamishima. Nothing's changed. It's almost as if time itself has stopped here. You could say that's one of the good things about living on an isolated island like this. But for me, it means it's just as uncomfortable as ever. Ever since the disaster 5 years ago, people here haven't exactly been subtle about avoiding me. Maybe it's as good a time as any to start seriously looking into my mom. Sato Shiranami. I hear she's a relative of Mr. Wakamura's who will be staying with him for a while.
but apparently no one's heard of her, so the island rumor mill's been working overtime ever since she arrived. Things have calmed down a bit now, but when she first showed up, she knew so little about how things worked that the gossip was that she was some sort of sheltered princess. That or she'd been raised by animals. Even now, she spends most of her time cooped up at the Wakamuras, so the mystery's only grown. I guess it doesn't really matter, though. If she really is a relative of Mr. Wakamura's, I wonder what she's doing here. She's 17, just like Tsukasa, but it doesn't seem like she goes to school. I guess it doesn't really matter, though. Now that I have a better look at her, she's really tall. Maybe even taller than Azami. And he's 173 centimeters. She said she doesn't want to stand up, but that's going to be tough at that height. She needs to decide to have a different height if she doesn't want to stand out. I'd rather not stand that close to her, to be honest. Why? Because you're so small and tiny and short and little? She's been staring at the southern sea this whole time. Could it be she sees something out there? I said I wouldn't bother her. I should stop staring already. The processing plant I worked at wasn't a bad place or anything, but working there didn't feel that fulfilling either. I just happened to come across it when I was looking for a job. I have never really been sure what I wanted to do with my life. Zami always had a clear goal of becoming a fisherman. To be honest, I've always felt a bit jealous of that. After losing my parents in the disaster 5 years ago, people not only began to avoid me, they avoided talking about my mom as well. At some point, I honestly began to wonder if there was much point in me being alive. I've only made it this far because of my gran and Azami. I could never forgive myself if I made the two of them sad. They're the only reason I'm still here, drifting through life. Not that there's much else I can do here. I've got to find some work here soon so they won't worry about me. I've always been good at swimming, so I've actually been thinking about ama diving as an option. I haven't gone swimming since the disaster, but I wonder if Gran would be happy if I followed in her footsteps and became an ama diver. Maybe I'll start looking into it in secret. Though I'd only be able to do it during the diving season, so I'd still have to find something else. I originally came back here to take care of Gran after her injury, but her condition's improved a lot recently. She can walk around by herself now, and she's even been handling the cleaning and laundry. I wouldn't be surprised if she said she was planning to go back to diving. Kamishima women sure are made of sterner stuff. But I'm still worried about her. You never know what could happen after all. It seems like she's been watching a lot of TV recently, perhaps because she's had to spend a lot of time at home. She seems a bit bummed that she doesn't have anyone to talk to about her shows, though. Izami was really happy to hear that I was coming back to Kamishima. He even helped make sure my return would go as smoothly as possible. Can't thank him enough. He's a true friend. On top of that, he's hardworking and kind. It's easy to see why so many people like him. He's involved in a bunch of stuff around the island now, so he's much busier than he used to be. Goes without saying, we can't mess around like we used to anymore. Are you sure? Tsukasa's also put some distance between herself and us since she started high school. I guess she's a bit self-conscious about things now. I miss hanging out with her, but maybe this is just part of growing up. Doesn't have to be. Still. It's no exaggeration to say that it's all thanks to Izami that I'm able to live here like this. I won't do anything to let him down. Alright then. Time to think of how to make my own way through life from now on. Sure, I have plenty of time, but I don't want to be a burden for any longer than I have to be. On the contrary, if there's some way for me to make a graceful exit and draw the curtains on it all, maybe that would be for the best. Yuza! Holy shit! The same thought's been lurking in my mind ever since that day. What's the point in living if I'm just gonna cause trouble for Gran and Azami? Yuza! Time to think of how to make my own way through life from now on. Ah! Woman jump scare! Whoa! When did she get there? Made you jump, didn't I? You did. Of course you did! Anyone would be startled by someone sneaking up on them like that! At least you admit it. You can consider that payback for before. Anyway, did you need something? Oh, right. I can't focus with someone else around after all, so I want you to leave. Huh? You leave! No, you're the one who should leave. It's fate, an immutable law of the universe that was decided tens of thousands of years ago. Oh, really? I was here first, though. Isn't first come, first served also an immutable law of the universe? That's true. Okay, fine. I'll leave. Huh. You caved a lot faster than I expected. Still, I kind of feel bad for chasing you off like this. So you can have this Kamishimaru keychain I picked up over there as well. Pushing random stuff you picked up on the ground onto others now, eh? Still, who could have thrown away such a cute keychain away? No, you didn't do anything wrong. But, wait. Did I... It's fine. But since you're offering, the keychain is here. I'll be on my way as promised then. Sorry for the interruption. Sure. Huh? Hmm? I see. So that's how it is. Huh. Is something wrong? Oh no. I was just thinking it must be pretty rough. Yep. Pretty rough, alright. It's none of my business though. Bye. Okay, so she can tell that Yuza is also immortal. Got it. Whoa. How am I supposed to just walk away after you say cryptic stuff like that? But if no answers are forthcoming, I'll simply have to be on my way. Later. I see. Well, that wraps up all that. Guess it's time to jump back to Avi. I think I want to take a little break and get up for a second, okay? And when I return, we will visit with Avi. Actually, wait, hang on 1 second. I have to check. I just have to make sure. I have not missed any birds. Yes? Seems I have not missed birds. So, I don't know, I'll be hoping to see more birds over in Avi's Tale. I'll be right back, everybody. Whoosh.
Okay, I'm back, and I've got more water also. Alright. Avi and Cersei on Kamishima. Avi and Cersei finally arrive on Kamishima on the hunt for clues that will lead them to a real mermaid. Finally, after our long, arduous journey, we've arrived at the fabled island of Kamishima. Hey, are you alright? You don't look so good.
I mean, you're completely fine? The whole area is literally oozing cursed energy. I didn't think it was so bad before. Is it getting stronger?
Can't you dispel curses?
Minor one, sure, but this is on a whole other level.
I see. It might be best we don't stay here too long then. Let's just ask around as much as we can. When you feel like you reach your limit, make sure to tell me, okay?
Got it. I'll do my best.
Alright, let's start by asking the locals about mermaid legends first. I'd like to ask around to see if anybody knew Mare Munikuchi as well. That's the plan. Let's move. What? What? Awesome segment! Hell yeah! Glad we got to see Avi! Very interesting. Okay, I guess we've added this little bit to Yuza on his nice ending timeline, where he doesn't talk about the Tomokazuki. Yeah, for real! What happened there? Yuza heads out with Asami to go diving before he suddenly mentions something he must do. Before returning to the island, the pair go to a certain location at sea. I put like a shitload of ice in my water bottle. It's so good. It's so cold. It's so nice. So, what's this important thing you have to use? Sounds like it must be a pretty big deal. It is. I just hope you'll believe me. Listen, and don't fly off the handle. Yeah, what's up, Storyteller? Please, forgive the interruption. I have an important announcement to make. The moment you have been waiting for has arrived. Everything is ready for you to proceed. Oh, okay, yay! On August 7th, upon returning to Kamishima after his dive, Yuza Minikuchi embarks on the fight of a lifetime. For unbeknownst to him, at this precise moment in time, a slew of predicaments would await him everywhere he turned. As for this really important thing he has to do, that is of course preventing the tragedy of Kamishima from coming to pass. The advent of the 400-year-old Curse of the Raging Waves draws nearer Kamishima with every passing moment. Even so, do try to remember that Yuza's true aims are to locate a mermaid and uncover the truth about his mother. This fucking guitar, the exciting mission music. This is really funny. What is happening, Storyteller? Will Yuza Minikuchi succeed in overcoming these challenges and fulfilling his objective, you ask? That is entirely up to you and the actions you choose to take from this moment forth. Okay. This concludes my announcement. I wish you good fortune. Okay, Storyteller, thank you. What? You think Kikuko is plotting to work a curse that'll cause a massacre on the island? Now hang on. Why does Susan know that? Yes, you might find it hard to believe, but I'm sure of this. You're gonna have to give me a second to take this in. This is way heavier than I was expecting. Do you like this new piece? I commissioned it specifically for this. Yes, that's right. We have the internet in the Storyteller dimension. I mean, a curse? I know I told you about the Tomokazuki and all, but how did you even find out about this? Have you got any proof? Well, I saw the future with my own 2 eyes, but I'm afraid I don't have any proof I can show you right now. You saw the future? You see, this isn't gonna prank. You better cut it out right now. Okay, wait. Yeah, wait. I actually forgot. This route is the one where Yuza does mention the Tomokazuki, isn't it? Everything else has been based on not talking about the Tomokazuki. That's right, because there was a dead end. Because, yeah. Well, not like a dead end, right? But, like, the story just ended. Serious, this shit isn't funny. If you're just fooling around, I don't know if we can be friends anymore. Do you think it's easy for me to call someone I'm on friendly terms with a murderer? I couldn't say something like this unless I was dead certain. I need you to trust me on this, Azami, before it's too late. Oh man, you're not making this easy, Yuza. I can't just, No, I understand. I won't ask you to believe me until I can present you with solid proof. Until then, I still need your help. I can't just sit back and let this happen. Okay, I won't try to stop you, but I'm not doing anything drastic till I'm sure we're doing the right thing. That's all I needed to hear. Thanks, Azami. But for real, what's gotten into you, Yuza? What do you mean? I know you're headstrong and all, but this is way beyond what I'd expect from you. It's like you're a totally different person. Yeah? Come on, you're exaggerating. I'm the same old Yuza I've always been. Are you Yuza? Or are you now a video game protagonist controlled by me? Or something, I don't know.
Huh? What are you two doing here? And what's with that get-up, Yuza?
Don't tell me you've been diving. Kikuko, do you have a minute? I heard you were heading out to the northern shore to fish in the bay today, so I came out to find you.
Where'd you hear that? I only just decided that this morning. I didn't even tell anyone.
Ah! Finally!
Mimikin minus!
Mayonnaise? I'm not familiar with this kind of bird.
How many more are left? Only 6 more. Wow.
I like how you yelled like an eagle to indicate a bird sighted. Yeah, I just do that sometimes when I'm excited.
We're on the northern side of Kamishima. Not many people come here to fish. I can tell Azami is trying to believe in me. It's a good start, at least. Kikuko is looking at us suspiciously.
but I guess that's to be expected. Be surprised you're here alone after all. Are you sure about this? Just so we're clear, I'm leaving the talking to you. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Right, that's where it all begins. This is my chance. I have to find a way to change the future. But I don't have any evidence, and I doubt I can just talk Kikuko out of this. You don't do something like that on a whim. Whatever her motives are, they must be very powerful. Even if I somehow manage to get her curse stone, there's still the risk that whatever destructive impulse has a hold of her would drive her to make the tragedy happen some other way. That's why my best bet of containing the situation is to try and distract her. I'm gonna change the future, one step at a time. There's no rush. After all, since we came here instead of heading back to the port, things are already different. You definitely don't want to just start with hand mirrors. Let's talk about diving. So are you really off diving? You sure you should be doing that? If Chie finds out, she'll give you an earful, no doubt about it. Don't I know it? Seems everyone thinks I bring this island bad luck just by being here. Yuza! But sure, some folks might say that, but it's not as if you've done anything to deserve that kind of talk. I don't see a problem with you becoming an Ama diver myself. I appreciate that. Just today, plenty of folks told me not to go diving because a storm's on its way. But when they don't talk sense, I just ignore them, and so should you. I've been wondering, are you unhappy here on the island, Kikuko? Huh? What makes you think that? I don't know. I just get the feeling you're not planning to stay here as an Ama diver forever. You normally play the fool, but turns out you're pretty sharp, Yuza. Truth is, I can't help thinking of the future. You're in a decent living as an Ama diver if you know what you're doing, but all these old rules and customs tend to get in the way. I've been trying to change them here and there, but it's no good. Everyone's too stubborn to listen. I see. No luck, huh? Mark my words, nothing's ever gonna change around here. Just between you and me. Much as I love being surrounded by nature on this island, the culture here just isn't for me. So that's how you feel. Honestly, I'm about ready to break ties with this place. Not that anyone else needs to know that. Don't go spreading it around now. Oh yeah. I don't know if I was... No, I'm not gonna say anything yet. Let's talk about the office. So Kikuko, when you left the island, you did some kind of office work, right? Huh? That's true and all, but why are you asking? I was, just wondering if you might have preferred your life back then. I mean, you must have had more opportunities to meet people and go out on dates and all that. Stop right there, as if I don't hear enough of that as it is. What's it got to do with you anyway? Sorry, didn't mean to pry. I was just wondering if you still kept in contact with anyone. Sure, a few people. Just a few. Would you say any of them had a big influence on you? Huh? Seriously, what's all this about? Oh, nothing really. I was just curious. I don't know if I'm doing this right. Yeah. I don't want to put Kikuko on her guard. I better opt for a subtle distraction. So I'm assuming that, what I was about to say... What's his name? Fucking... Not... Ide. Who the fuck was that guy? Ikoma. I think this is the guy who gave her the curse stone. And that she's interested in, I believe. And he might be the guy from the phone. I was saying that before, I think. I think he might be the guy from the phone. Frankly, I had no idea you were so interested in diving, Yusa. Well, I guess I do keep going in on office work then. Listen, working for that company wasn't exactly a huge break in my career. All I did was pour tea and answer the phone. Huh. Oh, okay. I guess it's hand mirror time, I guess. You've been passing Kameshimaru hand mirrors around to everyone, right? Yeah, I have. It sounds like someone keeps their ear to the ground. So, how many have you given out? Who's got one already? I don't know. I haven't kept track or anything. If I had to guess, I reckon it'd be about 20 or so. Why though? You want one too? If so, I'll get one to you later. Oh, no thanks. Don't worry about it. Suit yourself. They're pretty sweet little items if I do say so myself. Anyway, Yusa, did you really come all the way out here just to chat? Something like that. But I've wasted enough of your time. Thanks for hearing me out. Come on, Azami, let's go. If you're sure. See you later, Kikuko. Alright, I know we just got back. But there's no time to waste. We gotta track down and collect all the Kameshimaru mirrors Kikuko handed out as soon as possible. Huh? Why? If I'm right, those mirrors are actually the targets of the curse. No way. Seriously? Still, man, all this curse business is a bit much. Look, given what people think of me, I'd have a hard time handling this on my own. I'm gonna need your help, Azami. I guess we'll have to try and convince everyone the mirrors are defective or something. But we better not let Kikuko find out what we're up to. How do you convince somebody that a mirror is defective? Buddy? Hey, Yusa? What the fuck is a defective mirror? I think that you would know if a mirror didn't work from like holding it and looking into it. These are actually left-handed mirrors. There was a mix-up. Yeah. It'll explode. It reflects upside down, but it doesn't. Somebody would have seen it. Yusa, I want to believe you, and I'd like nothing more than to help you out. But before I lift a finger, there's something I gotta know. Alright? See, I got a pretty good idea what made you change out of the blue like this. You do? When you were diving before and you came face to face with the Tomokazuki, something happened, didn't it? You haven't been the same since then. Come to think of it, does this have anything to do with your search for a mermaid? You're right. I should have told you the full story to begin with. I've been in such a rush I got ahead of myself. You're right. Something did happen to me. And I'll tell you all about it right now if you want to hear. I'm all ears. First of all, tracking down a mermaid is still my end goal. That hasn't changed. At least something's still the same. What I'm trying to do right now started when I found out about the danger Kamishima is in. I realized I had to do something to prevent it. Are you with me so far? Sure. If I knew the island was in danger, I'd want to protect it too. How'd you find out about that anyway? Earlier you said you saw the future. When did that happen? It was when I encountered the Tomokazuki. The moment our hands touched, everything went dark, and then the future unfolded before me. Like some kind of story chart. Huh. So it was like a vision from the Tomokazuki? A warning? That's exactly what it felt like. A stream of images filled my mind all at once, together with a rush of understanding. There was like text too. It was like I was reading, but there were pictures and like camera work and stuff. Like some kind of novel, but with visuals? Is that making any sense, Asami? It's like they were imprinted into my memory. I don't know how it works. But I believe what I saw. I know what's going to happen here on Kamishima if I don't do something to change it. Now that's what started all this, huh? Yuza, did you know there was a Tomokazuki there? Is that why you picked that spot to dive? Oh, like some kind of picture book, like for toddlers? Yeah, that makes sense. It was weird. The Tomokazuki didn't show me things in order. I kept jumping around. There was a sad meow meow boy. Actually, it was more like an adventure, but it's a common mix-up. Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess. I mean, it kind of depends on when in the 80s it is specifically, because they say it's just 1980X. But yeah, maybe Azami could have played Famicom Detective Club. No, it's like I told you, I was hoping to find a clue there, since that's the spot where I encountered a mermaid once before. I never would have dreamed I'd end up seeing a vision of tragedy like that. For all I know, this might have nothing to do with mermaids at all. But now that I know about it, I can't just forget it, can I? Of course not. And now that I know the full story, you can count on my help too. So seeing as Kikuko was the culprit, I'm guessing we need to collect those hand mirrors to save everyone? Yeah, but she's not the only threat. There's more to this. More? There are actually 2 calamities on the horizon for Kamishima today. 2? You gotta be kidding me! The first is the massacre caused by Kikuko's curse. And the second is the curse of the raging waves, which has been brewing up a violent storm for the last 400 years. It's gonna hit the island tonight. Huh? Now you've lost me again. I can't keep up! For starters, why is all this happening on the same day? I don't know. I get the feeling it's just an unfortunate coincidence. And there would have been nothing we could do about it either, but since I've been forewarned, I have a chance to prevent it. Now, I'll explain the rest of the way. There's no time to lose. We had to track down every last one of those mirrors. Okay. Oh, a Yumiko and an Avi. But first, our new bird. This bird is not connected. This is just a bird. The bird is not friends nor enemy with any of the other birds. A chirpy and cheerful member of Blues Brutal Beaks Hoodlum Band. Wait, hang on. Then why not connect? Why not connect Little Blue? Whatever. Having taken a liking to tit for tat in his rambunctious ways, he spends his time regaling anyone who will listen with tales from tit for tat's exploits, made all the more colorful by his skill at mimicry, a habit which has only contributed to the diminutive delinquent's infamy. Great. I'm curious what the question mark relationship is with the birds. There's still much to learn about birds. Thank you. The profiles for the mockingbirds were written by one of our younger scenario writers. I asked them to make the relationships as tangled and complex as possible, and this is what they came up with. Awesome. Let's... Do you want to jump to Avi or return to Yumiko? We kind of were like going to go Avi mode before we've had Yumiko a bit. But... let's go with Avi, I think. After arriving in Kamishima, Avi and Circe continue to ask around about mermaids, but this garners suspicion, and they find themselves unable to gain any information. Right.
Well, so much for that. Even after everything we went through, we've got nothing to show for it. It's almost astounding how little we managed to learn, like some reverse miracle.
Worse, I think rumors spread and now everyone is avoiding us.
This is a pickle. I can't even bring up mermaids without islanders looking at me like some odd foreigner who lost his marbles. And for some reason, mentioning Mari Minakuchi makes things even worse. Did people hate her or something? Just hearing her name makes them recoil with undisguised disgust.
Yes, I noticed that too. Your way of asking probably doesn't help much. Well, how about we take a break from investigating and go for a little sightseeing instead? It seems like there's a shrine in the lighthouse around here, so we might as well drop by.
Count me in. To be honest, the way people are treating us is starting to bum me out. Maybe heading to the lighthouse to unwind a bit wouldn't be such a bad idea. Let's go to the jetty. No! We must go to the jetty and that's that!
Look! Don't scare me like that! What's gotten into you all of a sudden?
The waves of my yearning soul keep crashing against my chest, insisting I seek out the shore.
Right, sure. The usual then.
Well, then off we go.
I see. So I'm directing them away from the lighthouse where they had previously met with Yuza and Azami. So something different will happen, I guess. They're going to meet Kikuko instead. Interesting.
Oh, looks like we've got ourselves a spunky young lady here. Maybe we should have a word with her. All right, this could be our last chance. Let's give it our all.
Excuse me, could we speak with you for a moment?
Seriously, no! There's no way she'll want to talk to us if we're that forward.
Foreign visitors? How unusual! And your names are Avi and Circe? Welcome to Kamishima. My name is Kikuko. I'm an ama diver.
Kikuko the ama diver. Such a pleasure to meet. A charming young lady in a place like this.
Charming young lady, you say? Oh my. Well, now you're allowed to ask me anything you like.
Hang on.
Straight.
Yeah.
No? Really? No sticker? No sticker here? You don't have a sticker for me here? Are you sure? Are you sure?
Are you sure there's no sticker?
This study was built to break the waves so fishing boats can come in and safely unload their catch.
Whoa, whoa. Whoa, that was like an animal. That broom sounded like there was like a lion right outside my window that was very angry with me. It was like shockingly scary for something that I hear constantly. Yeah, it was kind of lion-esque.
Then I suppose jet planes have nothing to do with it.
No, not at all. The structure over in the distance is called a breakwater, built to keep the waves out. Seems like it's also a popular fishing spot.
Who would have thought? Seems like just bluntly calling out to her was the best approach after all. The image of a polite and reserved Japan I've been holding on to for so long is starting to falter.
She's the most approachable of all the people we talked to by far. Maybe this time we'll actually learn something.
It's a little sad to be this happy just because someone finally agreed to talk to us.
I wonder who's to blame for that.
What? You're saying it's my fault?
Oh yeah, we have like an inventory as Avi. That's kind of crazy.
Mr. Akomo's business card. I figured I might be able to use it later, so I held on to it. The Tamate Bako, sacred treasure of the mermaids. I haven't had the courage to open it yet. The curse stone bearing the curse of the forsaken fish. Should I really be carrying this around? Why did I feel that sudden urge to go to the jetty earlier? Thanks to that, we ended up running into Kikuko. Why indeed? Looks like we've made a solid first impression. She seemed genuinely excited to talk to us. After all the lengths we went to, I refused to leave this place without at least a few answers.
Let's start with ama diving, normal style.
So, you're an active ama diver then. Are there many young divers these days?
Many young divers these days, probably is the emphasis that I should have used.
Not really. The younger generation doesn't really go for diving anymore. This makes more sense to pursue higher education.
I see. It's a real shame to see such a long-standing tradition slowly fade away.
Well, it is quite dangerous after all. Can't really blame them for choosing safer options. Just the other day I heard 2 ama divers went messing around Toba.
Oh.
Yeah, feel more guilty about that, okay, Avi? Alright, Avi? Maybe you should feel a little more guilty about all that. Why did I feel the need to go to the jetty earlier? Option appears. Don't worry about it. Okay, yay! Oh, Avi. I'm sorry, I'm just like, I can't believe there's no sticker. I just can't believe. Surely there must be a sticker somewhere.
Speaking of ama divers, I heard ama divers have a legend that if you go diving around here, there's a chance a Tamakazuki might emerge from the depths.
Ah, seriously, enough with the ghost stories.
You should know a lot, don't you? You're right, it's a well-known legend. Not that I've seen it with my own eyes or anything. Don't know anyone who has either. Huh. Maybe your Seimon and Daemon symbols have kept you safe. Oh, those? I don't have any. I don't really go in for superstition like that. Are you really okay without them? I think it's no more than an old tradition, meant to remind us not to forget our gratitude and respect towards the sea. All those old-fashioned rules and traditions. Don't you think it's about time for a reform? But isn't freediving close to a Shinto ritual in spirit? Isn't showing reverence and offerings to the sea god crucial?
Oh, you're pretty devout for a foreigner. I'm impressed.
But, you know, I believe it's exactly because of tedious customs like that that young people are losing interest in diving. You know, we should keep up with the times, otherwise there's no way this tradition will survive.
Well now, it's very level-headed thinking.
Maybe it's because I'm part of the so-called new generation. Some people don't like my attitude, but I get the job done.
Come to think of it, I completely forgot about the still-tide mirror that Ikoma told us to look for. Guess I'll try my luck and ask.
Well, I guess I thought about it, so I'll say it.
Oh right, I just remembered. There's a particular mirror on this island that we're looking for. Do you happen to know anything about that?
A mirror, you say? Oh, well, you've come to the right woman.
Oh, you know it. Luck's finally on our side.
Could it be that you're talking about this? Ta-da!
Goodness, that's the cutest mirror I've ever seen.
This is the famous Kamishima souvenir, the Kamishimaru hand mirror. I had no idea it'd become so famous.
No way. Could this be the still-tide mirror?
Definitely not.
Right.
Oh, this isn't the one you're after? Ah, well, since you seem to have taken a liking to it, I'd still love to let you have it. Consider it a memento of our meeting today. That's right, it's Avi time.
Oh, really? Lucky me! Avi, I don't think you should take the mirror. Actually, I changed my mind for some reason. I don't need it after all.
You sure? It's free, you know.
Oh, well, when you put it like that...
I kind of want to see what happens if I take it, but I know I shouldn't. I'm using my foreknowledge.
No, I'm sure. I absolutely decline.
Okay, sure. If you feel that strongly about it, I won't press you.
Anyway, what we're looking for is actually a bronze mirror.
A bronze mirror? I mean the type you see in history books?
Yeah, probably something like that.
No, I can't say I know anything about that.
Shame.
Oh, he's just thinking about the jetty again. Never heard anything about a bronze mirror on this island. Okay.
Let's talk about some mermaids. Maybe a bit out of nowhere, but you don't happen to know anything about mermaids, do you?
Huh? Mermaids?
Oh, so you do know something?
When you say mermaids, you mean mermaids, right? The mythical creatures?
Precisely, the very same. Rumor has it that this island houses some kind of secret connection to mermaids, but I haven't been able to ascertain whether it's true or not. So tell me, any mermaid secrets about?
Are you saying you really came all the way out here to look for mermaids?
More or less. So any information you may have would be a huge help.
Sorry, I don't really have anything for you, but I do happen to be a little interested in mermaids myself.
Fantastic. Another fan entranced by the mysterious.
They say that eating the flesh of a mermaid will grant you immortality, right?
That's right. Could you perhaps be interested in immortality as well?
I guess so. Not for myself, though.
Oh?
So you mentioned that this island has some sort of connection to mermaids.
More than just a little interested, are you? Well, in fact, right here in Issei Bay, there used to be...
Okay, yeah, just tell her. Wow, so mermaids used to live on this Taishima place? So you think there may still be some clues here in Kamishima that will lead you to the mermaids in Ryukyu?
Nail on the head, right on the button.
Unfortunately, I can't say I've heard any mermaid stories on this island before. Wait, Matabi, did I say hi to you? I'm realizing that I might have just, like, mentally acknowledged you and continued reading.
I'm sorry. Hi, by the way.
A pity.
Okay. Still the same. Some of the young divers go to high school on the mainland and then work as AMA divers when they return home. I guess there's also that guy who just started working as an AMA diver here. I saw him earlier.
I didn't realize men could become AMA divers too.
It's not like it's forbidden. It is pretty rare, though. It's the first time I've ever seen it happen.
Interesting. The riddle of gender. Oh, actually, there's someone we're looking for on this island. Would you mind if we asked you about them?
Sure, who is it?
A woman named Mari Minakuchi. That's exactly how everyone else around here has been reacting when we ask about her.
No, it's just, I'm sorry, but that woman died in an accident at sea 5 years ago.
Ah, yes. We are well aware that she has passed away.
Huh? Then why do you ask?
Did she leave anything behind? Or was there perhaps someone who was close to her? Anything like that?
Sorry, I've got no idea. Nobody on this island really knew her. Although her son just returned to the island. Actually, the guy I was talking about earlier, the new AMA diver, that's her son.
Her son, you say? Now it's getting interesting. He looks crazed.
Look at his eyes. What's going on?
We'd certainly like to meet him. Do you know where he is?
Sorry, no idea, but he's gotta be somewhere around the island. His name is Yuzu Minakuchi. I'll give you his home address. You might find him there.
Wow! Thank you! This is invaluable information. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know why everyone is frantically dodging our questions about Mari Minakuchi, would you? Was she such a terrible person?
It's something people don't really like to talk about. She didn't fit in much with the other islanders. No one knew much about her either. Why are you so interested in her anyway?
Well, this is kind of a secret, but it seems Mari Minakuchi had some sort of connection to the mermaids.
Huh? You don't say. I see. So that's why.
Oh? Did you remember something?
Not really. It's just that I always thought she was a little off. Almost as though she wasn't actually human.
Learning about Mari Minakuchi's son is huge. That alone is worth coming here for.
No? Nothing more to say, Cersei? Did any stickers magically generate during this conversation? No? Okay.
So you're saying Mari might not have been human after all, that she was actually a mermaid?
Huh? No way, I was just joking. She was kind of weird, sure, but a mermaid? That's a bit far-fetched, don't you think?
Right.
Oh, that reminds me. I caught a glimpse of something inside your bag earlier. Is that by chance the Tamate Bako? Oh, fuck. Huh? How'd you see that?
What?
Sorry, I just happened to notice. And judging by your reaction, I'd say I'm right.
Damn it, I didn't think it'd be that noticeable.
A glimpse alone shouldn't have given away that it was the Tamate Bako. My initial guess was just a bluff, but Avi's reaction confirmed it.
Cersei, I'm sorry. Her whole demeanor shifted the instant she realized I had the Tamate Bako. Dang it. Could she be after it too? Cersei's on high alert. The supernatural may be involved here. I've got a bad feeling about the way she's looking at us now. What if I turn all the way around? No? No mysteriously generating stickers?
I just thought, you know, since like some of the stuff refreshed, got uncheckmarked.
What on earth? It feels like the air completely shifted. Even the waves look heavy with tension.
Be careful.
Of course. Hugo! Why the interest in the Tomate Baco?
It's some kind of ancient mermaid treasure, right?
My, you're well informed.
Would you be willing to hand it over to me? I'll make sure it's worth your while.
Huh?
You see, I know someone who's ridiculously rich and in search of eternal life. They'd be willing to pay a small fortune for that thing. They'll offer the kind of money you probably only get to see once in a lifetime. So what do you say?
Whoa, slow down!
Avi? Much more than some third-rate writer like yourself could earn in a lifetime. I don't know what you could possibly need the Tomate Baco for anyway, but wouldn't you like to move up in the world?
I believe I understand your offer, Kikuko. But my answer is no, not a chance, no way, no how! It's never been about money. It's about the thrill, the adventure!
Adventure?
Exactly! Embarking on a journey to unravel the secret of the mermaid's immortality. What better adventure could a man ask for? You may call me a romantic, and that's what I am, an adventurer at heart.
You totally lost me. You're throwing this chance away for some childish adventure?
You won't understand. I'd put my life on the line to find a mermaid. I'm not handing the box over.
I see. Seems like there's no reasoning with you. It'd be so much easier if you had it.
Huh? Why'd you have to refuse the mirror?
This would have been so much easier.
Huh? Oh, the mirror! I don't know, it just felt like the right thing to do. Why'd you ask?
Are things not going as planned?
I'm not sure what's going on, but I feel like we might have just narrowly escaped danger. Sounds like if we had that mirror on us, she would have been able to seal the Tomate Baco. I'd like to get more information out of her, but it seems as though she's plotting something.
Avi, focus. Focus, eh? I need you to listen to me, but without taking your eyes off Kikuko.
Huh? Oh, got it!
I'm pretty sure she has a curse stone.
What?
Huh? What's all this about? I couldn't tell right away because it was amassed by the heavy veil of cursed energy that's all over the island, but in closer inspection, the curse stone's aura is impossible to conceal. Huh? Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
What if the condition to activate her curse stone was holding onto one of those mirrors? Then we can relax, right? The condition isn't met.
Only if the mirror was all there is to it. As long as we don't know for sure what the condition is, we need to stay on high alert.
There's no doubt about it. Kikuko wants to take the Tomate Baco from us. But even so, the Tomate Baco won't grant immortality without the flesh of a mermaid. If she has any other information about mermaids, we need it. Hey Kikuko, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret.
Yeah?
Ta-da! What are the odds? Turns out we both got curse stones. This one's called the Curse of the Forsaken Fish. When its conditions are met, it transforms you into a fish and kills you. Pretty messed up, huh?
What? Avi, are you sure?
You were planning to use your curse stone on us to steal the Tomate Baco, weren't you? But your curse stone requires us to have one of those hand mirrors, am I right? On the other hand, I can use my curse on you whenever I so please.
You're bluffing. Your curse stone must have a condition too.
Yeah? Who's to say it hasn't already been met? Now, cease your scheming and tell us what you know.
Got a bad feeling about this. Maybe we should retreat.
Even if we did, we'd always be looking over our shoulders, afraid she might come after us.
Then we need to get her to surrender somehow. Ideally, we take away her curse stone, too.
I want to turn and look for stickers. I want to turn and look for stickers. I want to look for stickers. What if there are stickers out there? What if the sticker was secretly added during the scene? Because I've been told not to turn around, and they're fucking with me. And it's the best sticker I've ever seen. What then, huh? What if her curse stone makes stickers manifest in the environment? So why don't you enlighten us? Who told you about the Tamate Bako?
Who knows? Think you'll get out of me with that attitude?
She still hasn't given up on the Tamate Bako. Okay, I guess I'll keep talking about the curse stone.
You really have the resolve to kill someone with a curse.
Well, I'm not exactly keen on it, but I am prepared to defend my life if necessary.
Really? I wasn't expecting that from such a kind gentleman. You look like you wouldn't hurt a fly.
Indeed! My heart is pure, but trust me, I'm quite capable. Experience has hardened my resolve.
You're saying you've actually used it before?
At this point, what difference does one more death to the tally make? My hands are already stained.
Damn, so you're a proper criminal.
Maybe I should report you to the cops. Be my guest. I wonder which is faster, my curse or your phone call.
What about your lady friend? Huh? You okay with this? I'm afraid there's no restraining Avi. I've pretty much given up on him at this point. So it would be great if you could just give up and hand over the curse stone. What the fuck is this? You guys are absolutely insane.
Nah, come on now. I think we can agree that we both have our issues. Good. We're at a stalemate. Now I can try to extract some more information out of her. Good job, Cersei, making her believe I've lost it. Very convincing. Actually, maybe a little too convincing. Does she really think I'm that crazy? Yeah, she does. Whatever, I've got more important things to focus on now. So what kind of curse do you possess?
Dunno, don't care.
Oh, come on, not even a hint?
We, on the other hand, have laid pretty much all of our cards on the table already.
Huh? What are you talking about? Who would do such a reckless thing? Three things that have the utmost priority right now. One, above all else, make it out alive without triggering her curse condition. 2, get a hold of her curse stone. Leaving it with her is much too risky. 3, get her to give up on the Tamate Bako and surrender to us. And if she has any information about mermaids, we need to get that out of her too. I guess that's 4 things. Anyway, I need to extract whatever information I can while we're locked in conversation. Alright, look, seems like you're just as dead set on the Tamate Bako as I am. This standoff won't get us anywhere. Why don't you tell us your motivation? Maybe we'll be able to find a compromise.
Compromise?
Say, for example, if granting your wish were to stir the spirit of adventure within me. I cannot hand over the Tamate Bako, but perhaps I'd be willing to let you borrow its power of immortality.
I got no romantic tale for you. I told you, I just want to get that rich person what he's looking for so we can see how important I am to him. That's all there is to it.
Oh, important you say. How is that?
Can I just point something out that I have been thinking the entire time that I've had to look at Avi?
This
this part of his beard. It's a fucking necktie. And it drives me crazy, okay? I just have to say, he has a tie on his face. And I guess it bothers me. Oh, important you say. How is that? Because I'm his illegitimate child. Oof! He simply refuses to admit it. Whatever I do, he won't even acknowledge my existence. I mean, just look at me. I must be a disgrace in his eyes. Wait. Are she and Satsumi sisters? But a woman like me shouldn't be wasting her life away on some backwater island. I was born in noble blood. I wasn't meant to rot in this miserable place. He cast me aside and refused to even acknowledge my existence. It's humiliating. So, your father's some rich man? Yeah, there's hardly anyone in Tsushima who doesn't know the name Yoshiatsu Yamashina. So they are sisters, assumedly. Assuming that both Kikuko and Tsutsumi are correct when they say that this guy is their dad, which I would believe. Yeah, right. Not Tsutsumi. You tricked me. You messed with my head. It's fucking Tsukasa. Yes, I mean Tsukasa. It's Tsukasa. Fuck. Look, there's a lot of information in my head right now, and it's all getting jumbled up. It's a noble bloodline stretching back centuries. Here I am stuck in this wretched life. Yamashina, eh? Done everything in my power to earn his recognition. I gave it my all to make it in the big city, and for what? Nothing. Nothing I tried worked out. In the end, I had to come crawling back to this island trying to make ends meet as an Ama diver. I still kept telling myself that someday, somehow... I see. So you figured that since Yamashina is seeking immortality, you could leverage the box to get what you wanted at the same time. Yeah, I used to work at this small company. The young CEO of the place is basically Yamashina's protege. That's definitely Kipei Koma. I guess he felt sorry for me, so he let it slip that Yamashina was after immortality. Interesting. And was he the one who told you about the curse stone in the Tamate Baku as well? Yeah. And even Yamashina doesn't know about this. He suggested I use it to my advantage and take the credit. He gave me the curse stone and told me to use it wisely. Originally, I had planned on offering something different to Yamashina, but now that I've got a chance for the Tamate Baku, that's my best option. Oh, how intriguing. So you wanted to trade the Tamate Baku for Yamashina's recognition? That's right. See, I knew we were never gonna find a compromise. True. It's a compelling story, but it's missing a certain adventurous allure. That company president you mentioned, how come he knew about the Tamate Baku and the curse stone? Just who exactly is he? I was wondering the same thing. Of course you were. He's an incredible person after all. Mr. Kipei Koma is an amazing man. It's thanks to him that I got a chance to make my dream come true. It's what I fucking said. It's what I was saying. Oh. Did you just say Koma? Koma, could she be talking about the same guy? Oh, there's a check mark. Kipei Koma, you say, from Sala Planning. Huh? You know Mr. Koma? Indeed. Just met him the other day. In fact, I even got his business card. Huh? You have Mr. Koma's business card? Wait, then that business card you took out earlier was his? Wait. Is this wait, is this because I was looking at the inventory? Holy shit. This game is crazy.
That's right. Want to see it?
No, it's fine. You hold on to that.
If you say so.
Huh? A curse echo?
Yikes! Did we mess up?
Tarkus Asteri, guide his path, and with thy merciful hand protect him. Why? Mr. Coma's business cards, the conditions should have been met, so why?
Yikes! I thought I was done for.
You were. I'm sorry, all I can do is delay the curse. I can't dispel it. It's going to take effect in about 1 minute, so you need to do something before then.
Huh? Like what?
The curse is dispelled by eliminating its caster. What comes next is up to you.
Eliminate? Why do I have to keep doing this? Oh no! Ah, damn it! I refuse to die here!
What's with you? Ah!
She fell into the water. It's now or never. There's no time to waste. She can climb back out in a second. Hang on, I want to see what happens. No, it's no good. I can't bring myself to do it.
Sorry, I can't hold it any longer.
Ah!
Okay. I just, I had to see what happened.
I couldn't do it. Damn it. My dream will forever be left unfulfilled.
Avi!
Arnav Barnum is dead! Holy shit. What? Oh my, it seems you've met with a rather unpleasant fate. This is merely conjecture on my part, but once the conditions for the curse are fulfilled, there's no choice but to accept what must be done. But rest assured, you may start anew from the moment Kikuko uses her curse.
Okay. Thank you. That said... Hang on. Hang on. I'm gonna have to skip through a lot of stuff. But it's fine. I'm just suspicious about something. I'm just thinking about something. Is it possible to throw this away? No, I can't do anything with it. I was really hoping that... Shit. Fine, whatever. That's why I saved the game. Is there a backside to it? I mean, I don't know. I can't do anything with it anyways. Like... I could go back to the story chart again and check. Can't like... Yeah, I can't like turn it over or anything. It's not like it's a polyjustice. It doesn't seem like there's any way to get rid of it. I was kind of hoping if I reloaded, it would have been like, now you can throw it away because you have the proper foreknowledge because we're playing with the format. Whatever. You can experience all content in the game without ever reloading. I guess I'll kill her. I guess I have to kill her. Well, I guess that's one way to prevent the massacre.
I retrieved the curse stone from the ocean. Are you alright, Avi?
Well, I barely made it out alive, but I can't say I feel particularly good about it. So I had to come to this. No turning back now, it seems. Avi is constantly causing the deaths of women. Has anybody considered this? Is it possible that Arnav Barnum is the enemy of women?
This is what happens when you deal with curses. They might turn back on you at any moment. You should be prepared for that.
Understood. So what about the curse stone? What's it like?
Yeah, about that.
Huh? Okay, that was weird. My mouse, like, jumped to the bottom right corner for some reason. I told him it sounded like he was feeding women to his fish curse, and he just started crying. Yeah. Huh? A bronze mirror?
That's right. A palm-sized bronze hand mirror.
Wait. Don't tell me the still-tied mirror was actually a curse stone all along.
The curse stone's resentful memory doesn't seem to indicate anything like that.
So this curse stone had a resentful memory too, eh? What did you learn?
There's so much information, it's hard to make sense of it. Here, take a look for yourself.
Don't just toss it like that. It's a curse stone, not a baseball.
So you're not gonna look?
Of course I am. Let's see. Whoa, this is the real deal. Oh, a mermaid. There's a mermaid on it. All right, the biography of Tomoshige. Let's get a good sip in there, because I'm gonna need it. Taira no Tomoshige was born as the son of Taira no Kiyomori's younger brother, Yorimori, in the latter half of the Heian period at the height of the Taira clan's power. Although his father Yorimori was the only child born of the official wife of Taira no Tadamori, part of the main lineage of the Taira clan, he maintained a deferential attitude toward Kiyomori, a stance that had made Tomoshige regard him with contempt and fueled his ambition to one day stand at the head of the Taira clan. He also believed himself to be the rightful heir to Nukemaru, a famous sword that his father had inherited as part of his birthright. Sato. Okay. Around the same time, Sato was living a simple life in Kusawa village, the place of her birth. One day, she happened to encounter a visiting onmyoji and was offered the chance to work at the Bureau of Onmyo in Kyoto. Sato readily accepted, having always felt out of place in the village due to her faint spirit sense, and left Kusawa to work in the Bureau of Onmyo as a maidservant. At the end of a certain year, Taira no Kiyomori's daughter, Noriko, gave birth to the imperial prince. Although Tomoshige visited the palace with his father to celebrate the birth, he soon grew bored with the proceedings and left, only to encounter Sato, who was attending to odd jobs nearby. Tomoshige was intrigued by Sato, who made no attempts to curry favor with him, and whose thoughts he found difficult to read, and he frequently visited her from then on. Oh my god, he's a fucking sex pest! Not yet having an official wife, it was not uncommon for Tomoshige to spend his time on dalliances with women, with Sato being the latest among them. However, as their interactions continued, he found himself becoming particularly drawn to her. He eventually had a pair of bronze hand mirrors made and gifted one to her, telling her to carry it with her at all times as a sign of their vow to each other. The fall of the Taira clan. In 1185, the Taira clan was defeated at the Battle of Dan no Ura, spelling its ruin. Tomoshige, who had fled from place to place as if to desperately avert his eyes from the Taira clan's decline, ultimately did not participate in the decisive battle at Dan no Ura, and came to know of the Taira clan's downfall while he was lying low in a remote village in Ise with Sato. Although initially terrified of being hunted down by soldiers of the Minamoto clan, Tomoshige regained his senses upon seeing Sato's unbroken composure. Now believing it lay with him to restore the Taira clan as one of its sole survivors, he swore an oath to his fallen clan that he would see it rise again one day. With survivors of the Taira clan being hunted down across the country, Tomoshige continued to search for a way to turn the situation to its advantage. In the process, he suddenly remembered a box that his grandfather Tadamori had left the family, a tamate bako, proffered by a fisherman that was said to contain the flesh of a mermaid. Although Tadamori had refused to accept it, a member of the clan had secretly hidden it in a storehouse back in their homeland. It said that eating the mermaid flesh would grant eternal life to whoever ate it. However, legend also had it that the meat was highly poisonous, with even a small bite being fatal. No one had wanted to eat it as a result, and it ended up forgotten as the years went by. Believing that dying due to poison would hardly be any different from their fate if they were caught and killed, Tomoshige located the tamate bako and pried open the lid. However, all that was inside was a dried sliver of meat, so shriveled as to resemble a splint of wood. Dubious, Tomoshige pushed his misgivings aside and ate the meat, felt no different than before. Believing that long years had robbed the meat of its power, and seeing the tamate bako as his only clue to find a mermaid, he boarded a small boat with Sato and set out to sea. Believing that a mermaid would surely come to reclaim the tamate bako if it was truly linked to them in some way, Tomoshige continued to row the small boat into the Sea of Ise. At the time, he was clad from head to toe in the armor of a warrior, and had with him the famed sword Nikemaru, an heirloom he had seized from his father Yorimori, whom he had scorned as a disgrace to their clan. Sato, meanwhile, wore only a light kimono. After they had rowed for a while, a sudden mist descended over the sea around them, obscuring their surroundings. As Tomoshige and Sato looked around fearfully, they heard a small splash. Turning to look, the two gasped as they saw what appeared to be a human hand reach up from the water before grabbing onto the boat's edge. In a rush of water, a being with human features from the waist up and fish-like features from the waist down emerged from the sea, a mermaid. Climbing into the boat, the mermaid screamed for them to give back the box before suddenly lunging at them. Too stunned to think clearly, Tomoshige drew his sword and slashed at the mermaid. There was a dull sound of a blade slicing through flesh. The mermaid let out a piercing cry before diving back into the water and fleeing the area. Still trying to process the sudden turn of events, Tomoshige glanced down and caught sight of a small piece of the mermaid's tail, apparently severed by his previous blow, lying in a pool of blood. He picked it up, only to find that it continued to twitch even as he held it. Finding himself too disgusted to try eating it immediately, he decided to stow it in the tamate bako for the present. Eventually, after some hesitation, he forced Sato to eat it despite her protests. They waited a while, but no change seemed to come over her. Thinking that the amount of mermaid flesh simply hadn't been enough, Tomoshige made to pursue the mermaid, but as he did so, he noticed the mist around them had cleared. As the two looked around, they realized their small boat was surrounded by ships belonging to a band hunting down remnants of the Taira clan. Alarmed, they tried to flee, but with their attackers pressing in on them from all sides, were unable to find any means of escape. Amidst all the chaos, Sato was struck in the head by an arrow and fell to the sea. Tomoshige, still determined to retaliate, continued to frantically resist with his sword. However, he was vastly outnumbered and unable to break through his attackers' ranks, was ultimately cut down in a single stroke. On the brink of death, Tomoshige's gaze fell on the crest worn by his pursuers. Consumed by bitter regret at his failure to restore his clan, he directed the full brunt of his resentment towards these symbols as he sank beneath the waves, cursing his enemies and clinging to his vindictive hatred until the very end. Interesting. The crests, huh? So this is the curse of Taira no Tomashige that grew over 100 long years. Wait. I just realized I didn't click on this one. A curse born from Taira no Tomashige's feelings of malice and resentment when he was struck down 800 years ago following the fall of the Taira clan. Part of the claim's main lineage, Tomoshige had been seeking mermaid flesh in a bid to attain immortality, with the goal of eventually reviving the Taira clan, but was killed before realizing his dream. The curse uses a specific symbol as its target and kills those who carry that symbol within the areas specified by the user, cleaving them in two. Its effective range is several hundred meters. Okay, so assumedly there is a symbol on the business card that also matches this.
Taira no Tomashige? I've never heard of him.
He wasn't exactly what you'd call a historically important figure, even within the Heike. It seems that he sought out the mermaid's power of immortality to restore the Heike, but his pursuit ended in failure. In resentment, it must have dwelled within Tomashige's bronze mirror, eventually turning it into a curse stone.
Most likely.
Ah, okay. Well, I was going to check that, but yeah, okay. This thing. Then the symbol on the hand mirror and the business card were the true curse target.
So that's what it was. If only we'd realized it sooner.
Well, at least it's not Kameshimaru. It would have been so sad if it was him. Well, what's done is done. Don't be too hard on yourself.
Ikuko mentioned she got her curse stone from Ikoma, right?
Exactly. To think that slippery snake was sneaky enough to put the curse markers on his own business cards. That Ikoma guy is seriously dangerous. That was way too close.
Good thing we were cautious, especially since it seems he's after the Tamate Bako too.
Yeah, it seems like working without him turned out to be the right call.
Although, he may grow suspicious if he can't contact Kikuko anymore. Considering it's after the Tamate Bako, there's a chance he might still chase after us.
We need to keep our guard up. I think it's safe to assume he already knows about Miss Somekawa and the Tamate Bako.
I do wonder why he told us to go look for the still-tied mirror, too.
Well, it's not this mirror, and we've got no reason to follow his orders anyway. I'd rather try and find out more about the mermaid as soon as possible.
You're right. We didn't learn anything from Kikuko.
It looks like we've got no choice but to continue our investigation of the island. Shall we? Okay. Well, another kill.
Could you hold on for a moment?
Is it Yumiko? Huh? Someone's there! Yeah, it's Yumiko. Ah!
Oh!
You! I have been waiting for this. I see. I understand. Yeah, let's head over there. It looks like we've got a Sato thing approaching as well. And this isn't fully cleared, it looks like. Interesting. Actually, wait. Do you think it's only showing it's not fully cleared because I didn't let Arnav die? You think it's just because Avi didn't die? Maybe, I don't know. Let's go over to Yumiko. While pursuing another case, Yumiko and her partner find out that the mermaid corpse discovered in Futamigawa is that of a woman named Hazusa Somakawa. The duo try to figure out what to do next. Paranormasight loves this scene. Where you're a woman who's talking to her assistant on a bridge. That's what I fucking thought. I'm so close. I'm so close to getting all the mockingbirds. Mockingbird number 7. Look at you. Only 5 left. Wait, where was it? I skipped right by it. There you are, Blue's Cruise. Fucking, is that fucking Blue's Clues? Okay. This large bridge spanning Onora Bay in Toba City is known as the Onora Bridge. I hear that the waters of the bay are rich in nutrients, making them ideal for oyster farming. You can see the rafts used floating in the bay. Ooh, oysters. Very nice. Oyster harvesting only begins in October, though, so I'm afraid they're out of season right now. Oh, darn it all. I knew we'd say lobsters were only available from October, but to think we won't be able to eat oysters either. Please don't look so sad, ma'am. We can always come again some other time. Notable for its distinctive white arch, Onora Bridge is a 196-meter bridge spanning Onora Bay in Toba City, Mie Prefecture. It was built to have no columns, allowing ships to pass beneath it with ease. The contrast of its white arch with the blue sea and sky and the green of the mountains paints a picturesque scene, making it popular with tourists. The bridge takes its name from its role as a crossing over Onora Bay, but the name is written with the character for hemp, sung of in old Waka poems as a vessel for divine spirits. As such, the kanji characters that make up its name differ slightly from those used to write Onora Bay. So does everybody wanna go do tourism to Ise-Shima? You think you wanna go do tourism to the Ise-Shima region, everybody? Ooh, me, yeah! After discovering the mermaid found in Futamigara this morning was in fact Somekawa's transfigured corpse, we headed to Ichika town for further investigation and are now on our way back. This feels like a good opportunity as any to take stock of our current position and talk about our next move. Soto gives off the impression of being all business, but he often goes along with any suggestions I make to stop and take in the scenery. Despite appearances, I think he quite enjoys quiet moments like this. Now then, as much as I like to relax and enjoy our surroundings, should we take this chance to review the current situation and talk about our next move? A sound idea, yes. First, Detective Ide contacted us this morning, informing us that a mermaid corpse had washed up in Futamigara. Just a reminder, in case it's been a little while since you played this part of the game, which it has been. However, when we went to investigate, we discovered that the corpse was in fact that of Miss Somekawa, whose whereabouts we were looking into. She had been transformed into a fish by a curse. Quite the troublesome development. She was shaping up to be a key figure in a number of incidents. With that in mind, the most likely culprits are the 2 foreigners we ran into the day before yesterday in Ichika. Yes, one of them was seen taking Miss Somekawa out to sea by boat. I regret not doing more to pursue them at the time. It's possible we could have saved her if we had. I'm sorry, it was poor judgment on my part. Then the other half of the pair was a young exorcist with ties to Paranormal Affairs. I believe her name is Circe, yes? That's also quite worrying. I wonder what she could be up to. If it turns out she's been using curses on ordinary people, be it Paranormal Affairs, will probably be held responsible. Though I doubt the Bureau would agree to act as a custodian for someone who would behave so recklessly. I'd like to believe some manner of circumstances are at hand, yes. Well, I suppose if anything happens, I can just get the higher-ups to take responsibility. That's what higher-ups are for, aren't they? Being responsible for their subordinates? I think you'll find that's a saying used by superiors as a goal, not by subordinates to shrink responsibility. Or shirk.
Despite her abilities, I doubt that girl would be able to use the curse of the Forsaken Fish. Regardless of who wielded it, I think it's safe to say that a curse stone was involved. Agreed. We have 2 people from the same town falling victim to the same curse after all. I think it's reasonable to assume this was due to overzealous use of a curse stone. Yes, the first victim was Tameko Suma, who succumbed to the curse 2 days ago. The second was Miss Somekawa from yesterday. The state they were found in hasn't been publicly disclosed, so they're still being officially treated as missing. Still, a curse stone housing the curse of the Forsaken Fish, eh? Is something wrong? The curse of the Forsaken Fish is one of the curses mermaids can use, you see. For it to become a curse stone, the mermaid in question must have experienced overwhelming resentment. An example might be if they were killed while bearing a powerful grudge against someone. It sounds like it would be a rare event indeed. Why do I get the feeling there was a mermaid who died like that, though? Who was it? I feel like the name's on the tip of my tongue. Oh god, I don't remember all the mermaid names, and they're gonna make me type it in, I'm sure. Titsue, Kikuko, is it just like... she's dead now? Well, okay, yeah, there's a bunch of this stuff here. I don't think I need to read all that right now. Where the... So Sobaya is one of the mermaids. Phenomena. Hayase, that's right. Could it be a memory from that time? Although I imagine many of your older memories have faded by now. Huh? What? Huh? What? What? Is she actually immortal and she was lying before? Oh my god, Yumeko. I kind of had a feeling she might be, but... I have to try and remember. What was the name of the mermaid who died while harboring strong feelings of resentment? Right, I got that right? Yeah, Hayase. Hayase? That's right, her name was Hayase. I can't believe it. I'd completely forgotten, but it just suddenly popped into my head. Oh? So there was a mermaid who died like that, was there? There was. I finally remember. One of the mermaids who lived near Taishima 400 years ago was called Hayase. Paranormasight shaking hands without the devil over media literacy testing, yeah? It's literally doing the exact same, like, you've been reading all the lore files, right? Thing that episode 2 did.
Indy, come here.
Good girl. Just giving her some pats.
She was captured during the invasion of Taishima and died after being brutally tortured. This is the first I've heard of mermaids living near Taishima. Oh right, your ancestor, Harukage Tsuchimikado, must have left them out of his records. The reason Taishima was invaded in the first place was to find those mermaids, you see. I see. I was unaware of the exact reason for the invasion. It's understandable. A deliberate effort was made not to mention the mermaids in any of the records left after the fact. I suppose hiding the map inside a mermaid mummy was intended to be a metaphor of sorts. I can't believe I forgot something so important. But if that curse stone is related to what happened on Taishima 400 years ago, it likely has some link to the curse of the raging waves as well. If we can view the memories contained in it, we might be able to learn more about the curse of the raging waves. I wonder, could the keepsake Harukage left behind using the map have been the curse stone housing the curse of the Forsaken Fish?
I see. That's certainly a possibility. She loves saying that. In that case, it's not unthinkable someone might have gotten a hold of it recently. There's a high chance it was those two foreigners. Alright, we've narrowed down our focus. It seems a change in priorities is needed. Let's find a curse stone for the curse of the Forsaken Fish as soon as possible. That should be the most efficient course of action, I think. Agreed. Our fucking heroic mission music again. It's so funny. It's looking increasingly likely that that pair of foreigners has the curse stone. Yes, we did just go to Ijika to see if we could find any leads on where they could have headed. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find anything promising. Sorry, I needed a little more water. I wonder where they could have gone. We also still don't know why they approached Miss Somekawa. Could they be after the Mermaid's relic? If I'm not mistaken, that girl, Cersei, did mention the relic. Are they looking to take it for themselves? But where would they have headed afterwards? Kamishima, obviously. Kamishima, that's where they are. What? Kamishima? I thought we decided we weren't going there today. We failed to find any promising leads yesterday after all. No, something's telling me they went to Kamishima, and I get the feeling this is a hunch I shouldn't ignore. Alright, let's head to the port in Toba City. We'll catch a ferry to Kamishima from there. Okay. Actually, you know what? Since I think this is the end of the segment, yeah. I'm gonna get up and refill my water. One moment.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
I don't think you're gonna get that sound command of her. Yumiko believes the key to dispelling the curse of the raging waves lies in the curse of the Forsaken Fish curse stone. She arrives in Kamishima to trace the steps of the two foreigners. Let's go. I see. So you would be Mrs. Shiki, and you say you're a member of the police department currently looking after Cersei? My apologies for all the trouble young Cersei has caused you the other day. She's quite the mischievous little lady, I'm afraid. Oh, not at all. She certainly has some pluck for one so young. Took us quite by surprise, in fact. You would be Cersei's guardian, then? Oh no, we're related to be sure, but she's really more my guide come bodyguard, if anything. I see. Since when was I your bodyguard as well? I'm afraid that circumstances may dictate that we have to take Cersei back to Tokyo with us, though. Is that so? That would be quite the bother. Personally, I'd rather avoid having to do so as well. There's a case here that needs our urgent attention, you see. So I'd appreciate it if you cooperate without any fuss. That would depend on what you ask, I'm afraid. Hang on. Turning this shit on. Because it helps finding stickers. Mockingbird number 15. Freaking turkey! Turkeys have been haunting me lately. Tango and turkey! The freaking tango in Turkey, huh? Oh, yeah, so the other night, a friend of mine messaged me a video of a turkey attacking a child because she's heard all of my famous stories about how a goose was constantly attacking me when I was a child because the goose lived at my elementary school. And then, yesterday, I saw a fucking turkey on the highway. Why was a turkey there? Who knows? And now, another turkey. Yeah, the turkey was commuting, I guess. It was going to the mall, yeah. We currently stand in front of the Torii at the top of the hill. The elevation gives us a beautiful view of both the town and the bay.
It's a big mistake to think you're the only one who can turn into a car.
I guess?
I'm a car now, too.
I guess so. People were starting to gather at the jetty, so we decided to move our conversation here. Out of curiosity. Oh, I was kind of wondering if maybe Cersei would glow. And maybe it really only works on immortals though, right? So I guess she's not immortal. I wasn't really imagining that anyways. Toto is keeping a close eye on Avi and Cersei for me. It's thanks to his clear understanding of our respective roles that I can focus fully on the conversation at hand. Yeah, immortals and stickers. Soto, what do you make of these two? I can sense an ominous spiritual energy lingering around them. It's almost certain they have curse stones. I see. We don't have time to play games then. Seems like a direct approach will be the best here. Wait, you mean both of them have curse stones? Yes, both of them. The girl is managing to camouflage the energy from the one she has, but I managed to catch sight of it for a moment. So we're dealing with two curse stones, are we? The energy from the Curse of the Raging Waves is currently permeating the island. It's so strong I almost missed the energy from their curse stones. Yeah, I would imagine. Cersei is currently meant to be in the care of Paranormal Affairs, but has been shirking her training to travel around the country instead. She's very talented for one so young, and has a lot of guts too. I can't help but root for people like her. More than anything, I know how they feel. I'd like to leave her be if possible. This man, Avi, is apparently a fantasy writer, but he comes across as quite the shifty sort. I don't doubt he'll start trying to throw us off his trail the moment he senses danger. I'll have to watch my step around him. By the way, Cersei, I was told to tell you to return to Tokyo at once if I saw you. What? I don't want to. I thought you'd say that. Well, I was only asked to tell you, no more, no less. What you choose to do with the message is up to you. Thanks, I think. If you want to know what happened, ask Avi. I will, thank you. I never imagined that both of them would have curse stones. What were you doing down at the jetty just now? Oh, so you didn't see anything that happened before that then? Would it be inconvenient for you if we had? Nonsense! My hands are as clean as my conscience. Not a spot in sight, I assure you. Never mind that now. We don't have the time. There are several things we want to ask you. Oh, and what would those be? First, I think we should talk about the incident this morning. Miss Somaikawa was discovered washed up on the Futamigawa coast as a corpse, with half her body having been turned into a fish. Well, I'll be. To think she would meet such a fate, I'm truly sorry to hear that. This wouldn't be your doing, would it?
We have eyewitness reports that you were seen 2 days ago heading out to sea with Miss Somekawa by boat.
We did indeed head out into the bay for a little chat, but turning her into a fish? Not in a million years!
What did you discuss with Miss Somekawa then?
Oh, why, what else? Mermaids, of course.
Mermaids.
Indeed. Cersei and I are here in Ise Shima on a grand adventure to find mermaids. And we just happened to find out that Miss Somekawa was a member of a clan with a strong relation to them. Of course, she would catch our interest.
I see. So you knew that Miss Somekawa was a descendant of the sole survivor of Taishima?
Oh, so you knew that too? I suppose I should expect nothing less of a member of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. You wouldn't happen to know anything about the mermaids of Taishima as well, would you?
Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Did you learn what you wanted from Miss Somekawa then?
Oh yes, we got quite the haul of lucrative information from her. The knowledge that one of the Taishima mermaids lived hidden in the depths of Ise Bay until a scant few months ago, for one.
What?
Oh, that caused your interest, did it?
I see. She must have been able to go back to Ryugu when the seal broke 3 months ago.
So you even know about Ryugu? You seem quite well versed in these matters, Mrs. Shiki.
Maybe just a bit. So, now that you know there are no longer any mermaids to be found here, have you given up looking for them?
Hardly. There should be one more mermaid out there somewhere. We're here today to see if we can't glean some hint as to her whereabouts, in fact.
Ah, I see. Do you know what Miss Somekawa did after you finished your talk?
No, why would I? We parted ways immediately after we got back to the shore. I haven't the foggiest what happened to her after that.
Where did you learn that Miss Somekawa had a link to mermaids?
I'm very sorry, but it's against my policy to reveal the identity of my informants.
Is that so? Okay. It's no use trying to play innocent. We know you have the cursed stone housing the curse of the Forsaken Fish.
What's that, a curse stone? I'm afraid I haven't the foggiest what you're on about.
Avi, they already know. Just give up already.
Oh, what's this? Stabbed in the back and by my own kin, no less. How could you?
Its spiritual energy is too powerful to hide. I can tell that man over there has already noticed it. Thank you for the help. You saved us quite a bit of trouble just now. Does that mean you'll let us go? I'm afraid we won't be able to just yet, no. After all, you have a cursed stone as well, don't you? Yeah, I do. We ran into someone who was trying to use it earlier, so I took it off them. Is that so? Honestly, I'd rather you took it off my hands if possible. You don't seem to be planning to do any harm with it. I suppose we can leave that topic for later. So, why are you letting Avi here walk around with the curse of the Forsaken Fish? To let him live out his dreams, I suppose. I'm afraid that makes for a poor reason.
All right, I admit it was all me. I didn't want to give it up, so I asked Cersei if I could hold on to it. I just couldn't let it go, not after learning it had such close link to a mermaid.
I see. So, that is the cursed stone of the curse of the Forsaken Fish.
How did you come into possession of that cursed stone? Well, that would be a bit of a long story. It all started when I found a mermaid mummy left by my great-grandmother in the old family storage back in the States. That mermaid mummy ended up containing a map, one with a riddle to be solved no less. That riddle led us to a mysterious box on the seabed. And once we solved the puzzle sealing the box shut, we found this curse stone nestled within. Oh, a mermaid mummy, you say?
It seems the keepsake passed down by your ancestor was indeed a curse stone, then.
Huh?
Now, putting your return to Tokyo aside, the biggest issue at hand is whether or not you were complicit in his use of the curse stone. Curse stones are dangerous things. They should be viewed in the same light as bombs or poison gas and treated with the same amount of care. Allowing one to be used in your presence is also naturally forbidden. You're currently in the care of Paranormal Affairs. If you're found guilty of misconduct, you'll be subject to punishment under our rules.
That figures, yeah.
I'm glad you understand. Either way, it's the higher-ups who will end up taking responsibility, so I'm happy to leave things there, up to them. Okay, same. So they found a map hidden within the Mermaid mummy and followed it to find a strange box in the seabed. Even if the Mermaid mummy had remained in my family's possession, we may not have managed to uncover all the secrets it hid. Perhaps it's for the best the map passed into their hands in the end. As much as I'm reluctant to admit it, you may be right. Although I get the feeling that Avi will let it go to his head, so perhaps we keep this to ourselves. There's no doubt that Miss Somikawa was transfigured into a fish by the curse of the Forsaken Fish. It's looking extremely likely that you have the curse stone that would make that possible. No more excuses. Tell us what really happened. Alright, you've got me, I'll talk. Though don't blame me if the tale ends up being too incredible for your ears. I see. It would seem Miss Somikawa had quite the twisted obsession with mermaids. And you sought to grant her wish by using the curse of the Forsaken Fish, is that right? Correct. I know exactly how it feels, you see. The burning desire to see your dreams realized. And the overwhelming despair upon learning that they can never be. The desperate hope to see even the slightest part of your wish unfulfilled at the end. Perhaps that's why I couldn't ignore her wish. The wish to meet her at the end, her end at the hands of a mermaid's curse. The wish to meet her end at the hands of a Paranormasight, the mermaid's curse. Hearing Miss Somikawa's fervent plea and seeing her cast herself into the water like that, I knew this was the ending she wanted for her tale, and so I decided to grant it. An elegy for a woman bound by her lineage and consumed by her obsession. I see. I understand where you're coming from, and I can't say I don't sympathize with your feelings in the matter. The fact that she entered the water of her own accord must also be taken into account. I imagine it would have made rescuing her quite difficult. No? Then you're willing to give me a pass, are you? I'm afraid that isn't my decision to make. Once we finish our business on Kamishima... Oh, Indy, hang on. Hang on, I think she wants to go in the window. Let me move the blinds for her. You wanna hop up? That's her. Wow. In moving the blinds, I just caught sight of the moon. It's quite a striking crescent tonight. Ah, there she goes. She's made her way up to the windowsill. It is, yeah! Did you hear her? She did a little meow while looking out that window. You okay, Andy? She seems fine. It is a very nice waxing crescent. Thank you. Once we finish our business on Kamishima, I imagine you'll have to come along with us to the office back in Tokyo. I'll do my best to see if some sort of arrangement can be reached, though.
Oh, how kind of you. Good thing I thought to ask.
Thank you for telling us what happened to Miss Somikawa. As of now, I don't see any reason to doubt your version of events.
My thanks. I'll leave the negotiating up to you then. By the by, I thought I heard you say something about the Onmyoji who sealed away this curse stone just now. Am I correct in thinking that they were the ancestor of this young man here?
Oh, she has hopped out from the blinds. Yeah? Did you hear her? She hopped down from the windowsill, ran across the room, and clawed at the carpet a little bit. And then she happily trotted back over to me and meowed. Because she needs more pets, I guess.
That's right. He was an Onmyoji by the name of Harukage Tsuchimikato. It's said that he hid a clue to the lifting of a certain curse within a mermaid mummy, hence our search for the object in question. I see! And that mermaid mummy ended up crossing the Pacific, passing from hand to hand until it reached my great-grandmother. It's quite the miracle that this curse stone is here with us today. Almost romantic, don't you think?
I suppose you could say that, yes. By the way, did you happen to glimpse the resentful memories contained within the curse stone?
I did indeed. A veritable deluge of information, and 400-year-old information at that.
Was the way to lift the curse of the raging waves included in that information?
It certainly was.
Ah. That's it. That's what we've been looking for.
I see. So you're searching for the way to lift some curse or other, eh?
That's the long and short of it. Will you let us have that curse stone of yours, then? It's too dangerous to leave unaddressed as it is, so we can't leave it with you either way.
It just feels so unfair, you know? I was the one who found the map and solved the riddle. The curse stone would still be at the bottom of the sea if it wasn't for me. Hardly been cheap running back and forth like this. I don't know if I could just give you something so important for nothing in return.
Looking to take advantage of the situation, are we? Yikes.
Ha! Judge me all you want. I'm at the end of my rope here too, you know.
So, what is it you're after then? Money?
Well, first of all, I'd like you to turn a blind eye to the fact I used a curse stone. And I'd like you to spill the beans on any knowledge you have on mermaids as well.
Turning a blind eye might be a bit much, I'm afraid. All I can promise is that all I can promise there is an attempt to reach some sort of deal. In any case, we don't have time to mess around. I really would appreciate it if you cooperated without any further fuss. If you don't, we may end up having to get a bit rough.
Oh, intimidation, is it? But if you think your boorish threats scare me, think again. My trusty bodyguard here will...
Sorry, but no, I don't feel well, and we're at a disadvantage here anyway.
Over before it began!
A wise decision, young lady.
That's your game, is it? Abusing your authority to seize the property of a defenseless, powerless civilian? State violence! State violence, I say!
You do have a curse stone, though. I doubt anyone would object to use of force against an opponent carrying a lethal weapon.
But seriously? This is really the end of the line, then.
Oh well, if it's really just information on mermaids you want, I'm not opposed to telling you that much. Only within the bounds of what I know, though. Would that be acceptable?
But you mean it? Really? Huzzah! Now that's an offer I can't refuse. Consider this deal done and dusted.
Ma'am, it's best if we can get things settled without a fuss. Besides, I don't think it should be a problem now. Anything else to say? Nope. What about you? So, what is it you want to know about mermaids then? Though I'd wager you're after the secret of immortality.
Immortality? Oh no! All I want is to meet a real-life mermaid. 'Tis not but dreams and adventure that drive me.
Really? That's it? Well, even if you had been after immortality, I doubt it would have been possible.
What? You mean the legends about mermaids being able to grant immortality are false?
They're not. I've encountered my fair share of people who have become immortal that way after all. There's even a word for those individuals. They're known as 800-year immortals.
800-year immortals, eh? So they do exist. Incredible. What became of the third Taishima mermaid then? The one known as Nagame? She hasn't returned to Ryugu, has she?
She hasn't. Sobai is the only mermaid who returned to Ryugu in the end.
Oh, so she's still out there somewhere, roaming the mortal world as we speak.
You could say that. But you could also say that she's no longer here.
What do you mean? Don't tell me she died.
Well, that also wouldn't be entirely accurate.
Oh.
What is it, Cersei?
I think I've got it. Figured it out, have you?
What? Really? What do you mean?
Is it Yumeko?
Think back on what we heard before.
Before?
Well, there's not much point in tracking that, so I'll go ahead and tell you. The mermaid known as Nagame became human. Nagame gave up her existence as a mermaid long ago. She no longer lives as a mermaid, but as a human.
Ah! Now that you mention it, that does sound familiar. You mean to tell me that story was true?
Oh, you'd heard of those events before? I suppose Miss Somekawa must have heard about it from Sabae.
But could a mermaid really have become human? Mermaids are originally from another world, right?
Normally it would be unthinkable, yes. But it seems a certain talented psychic managed to make the impossible happen, at no small cost to himself, I might add.
Wow, that's amazing.
Can't say I understand why she would do such a thing, though. Why not remain a mermaid? It seems like a bit of a waste to me.
Well, Nagame was a bit different from the other two mermaids, you see. They were serious and dutiful, but Nagame was strongly drawn to the mortal world and to the humans who live in it. I suppose you could say that she was the opposite of Miss Somekawa in a way.
You don't say!
More than anything. It seems she was particularly drawn to the idea of becoming human, finding the person of her dreams and marrying them, getting to be their bride.
It's a pretty cute dream to have. I guess not all mermaids are the same, huh?
Indeed, to think that mermaids could harbor the same hopes and dreams as humans do. I must say, she sounds quite relatable.
Perhaps. I imagine she was viewed as quite the odd soul among her own kind, though. Then a few decades ago, Nagame happened to meet a certain psychic. The two soon fell in love. Yeah, it's her. And Nagame, who wanted more than anything else to become that man's wife, asked him if there was any way she could become human. The psychic searched far and wide for a way to grant her wish, and after decades of toil, he found a secret art that would allow her to do so.
Indeed! Hashtag relatable! A big mood, even! Oh, such unconditional love! Such ardent devotion! A mermaid who wished to become human to be with the love of her life! Why, it's like the tale of the Little Mermaid, reborn in the modern era. Truly a story to grip the heart. How could I not root for them with everything I have?
Are you sure? That would mean we don't have a mermaid to look for anymore, you know?
No matter. If it was for the sake of such inspiring passion, then I'd care not a whit. So, Nagame became human in the end, yes? And the two of them lived happily ever after? I refuse to accept any other conclusion.
Well, that's more or less what happened. So I can say with certainty that Nagame the mermaid no longer exists.
I see. So she's still alive out there, as a human. What a beautiful tale. Why, I wish I could meet her solely to offer my most heartfelt congratulations. No, I think wedding gifts are in order.
Avi seems to be enjoying himself, but this means there's no chance of us meeting a mermaid anymore, right?
Now that you mention it, that is a problem. Yeah, like every time they talk about the Little Mermaid, they're totally... they're very much more like, it feels much more like they're invoking the movie than the actual story.
I thought so.
Question, Mrs. Shiki. I don't suppose there would be a way for us to go to Ryugu and meet a mermaid there, would there?
I'm afraid not. It's impossible for a flesh and blood human to cross over to the eternal world. Indeed, you'd have to be dead to have any chance of getting there.
Just as I feared. There's little point in getting there without a life to savor it. Although, does that mean there's the chance that Miss Somekawa was able to make it to Ryugu in the end?
That I don't know. Not everyone ends up in Ryugu after death, after all.
I see. I suppose we'll have to hope that she was able to meet the mermaid she so admired in the afterlife.
That would be all I can tell you there. Are you willing to give us your curse stone now?
Well, knowing that we have no chance of meeting a mermaid now has certainly dashed all my hopes and dreams. But you did share with us a most charming tale of mermaid love and longing, so I suppose I can't complain. Here, the curse stone.
Thank you. Soto, could you take a look at it for me?
Very well. I see. If you don't mind, there are a few details I'd like to confirm with you before continuing, Avi. Very well. Go ahead and ask anything you like. I'll even give you the map we used. It originally belonged to you and yours, after all. Thank you. In that case, is that the same? I wish I could see it again. Is that the same mark that was on the business card in the mirror? I really freaking wish I wish I could bring those up again. It's a different mark? Okay. I see. I think I know how to lift the curse of the raging waves now. Finally, it certainly has been a long road to get here. Still more to talk with him about.
Finally gotten a hold of the Forsaken Fish Curse Stone. Now we can focus on the main issue at hand.
Ma'am, about the curse of the raging waves.
Hold on, let's finish dealing with this first. We'll talk about that afterwards. Oh, okay.
Understood. Still, you certainly are knowledgeable about mermaids. Where on earth did you get all this information from?
Well, let's just say I have my sources.
I suppose we can put this down to the vast knowledge of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau as well, eh?
He hasn't realized yet.
What do you mean?
It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
I assume, yeah, formerly a mermaid by the name of Nagame. Unlike her more serious compatriots, Hayase and Sabaya, Nagame was free-spirited by nature, held a keen interest in both humans and the mortal world. She was even known to break the rules to sneak out and observe human society, something which often put her at odds with the other two mermaids and led to her being viewed as something of a maverick. You can't, okay, yay. You don't wanna resubscribe to Gloop? So that you can say okay, yay right now? Okay, yay! And the entrance to Ryugu was sealed 400 years ago to suppress the curse of the raging waves, rendering the remaining mermaids unable to return home. Sabaya was overcome by grief. However, Nagame was thrilled and seized the opportunity to travel the world at her leisure, which deepened the rift between her and Sabaya. So sad. For the next 350 years, Nagame bore witness to the lives of countless humans around the globe. From every culture and era, and her yearning for life in human society continued to grow. She was particularly enamored by the concepts of marriage and becoming a bride, finding the idea of pledging one's life to someone and living hand in hand with them from then on enthralling. It was this she found herself longing for above all else. 50 years ago, Nagame met a certain talented psychic in Japan. The two quickly fell in love, and Nagame, who by that point had begun to earnestly wish that she could give up being a mermaid and live among the humans in the mortal world, asked him whether there was any way she could become human. Wanting to fulfill her wish, the psychic began to search for a lost secret art that would allow her to assume human form. The two overcame countless hardships together in their quest for the art, and after decades of searching, they not only found it, but finally succeeded in perfecting it. However, the secret art that would grant Nagame her wish demanded a heavy price. For a mermaid, a being who lacked a mortal form in the material world, to gain a human body, the caster's own body would have to be sacrificed. Using this art would render them unable to live side by side as humans as they had so longed to do. Wow. The two agonized over their decision. Despite their decades-long search, the different worlds in which they lived continued to keep them apart. As a mermaid, Nagame could neither join him on land nor appear before others. The life together they yearned for remained a distant dream. In the end, the two chose to use the secret art so they could be together in the mortal world. Even when Nagame learned that the psychic Itensai Shiki only appeared young due to his supernatural abilities. Having been born in the Edo period and already over 100 years old by that time, she loved him no less. Thus did Nagame the mermaid become Itensai Shiki's human wife, Yumeko Shiki, a name given to her by Itensai himself. Although the process of gaining a human body meant she lost many of the memories and abilities she had possessed during her time as a mermaid, she retained all the memories and feelings from her time spent with Itensai, which was more than enough for Yumeko. Since then, Yumeko has enjoyed a fulfilling life with her human nature and her relationship with Itensai, bringing her immense joy. Because of this, she is insistent that her primary identity be that of a housewife to the extent that she always chooses clothing that will allow her to return to tackling housework at a moment's notice. Okay. However, the human body she has gained still differs from those of regular humans. Although she appears to age slowly compared to those around her, it is entirely unknown how long her lifespan will end up being. Following her rebirth as a human, Yumeko decided to pay a visit to Sabaya in the depths of Ise Bay to explain her decision and introduce her new partner. Abandoning her form as a mermaid to become human was a grave violation of the rules they were bound to, and she expected Sabaya to receive the news with utter contempt, if not sever her ties with Yumeko completely. But her expectations were pleasantly subverted. Sabaya herself had long since forged her own deep bond of love and trust with Mari Minakuchi, one that similarly transcended their respective species, and understood her feelings, thanking her for introducing Itensai to her. Thanking her for introducing Itensai to her. They say love and trust. Is that Mermaid Yuri? Were they like gay together? Wow, that's awesome. However, Sabaya never showed herself to Yumeko again after that. After many twists and turns in the quest for happiness, the spirit of Itensai Shiki, who sacrificed his body so that Yumeko could live as a human, has come to dwell in this body of a small dog, and he continues to enjoy retirement and a quiet life at Yumeko's side in his home in Tokyo to this day. Even before his retirement, and despite his current form, he remains an active force in the industry, having devoted himself to such things as taking Soto Kiryu on his protege after discovering his potential, assisting with management of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau for old time's sake, and sending Yumiko, who knew of the Bureau and did the work it did, to help out as one of its members. Her small dog husband. Amazing! Yeah, he's a talking dog. Yeah, he's a talking dog. That's normal. I'll tell you what you want to know about mermaids. In exchange, you'll hand a oh, I guess I should have done this before. Let's move on to the topic of Cersei's curse stone, shall we? Oh, right. Here it is. He's a talking dog that uses a talking bird as his proxy for work. Well, you know, a talking bird feels much more like elegant and magical and stuff than a talking dog, right? Like, if he was a small dog, they wouldn't respect him. But a bird, well, that's a much more respectable sort of familiar. One of the locals we ran into earlier was planning to use his curse stone to cause a massacre, so we confiscated it. Goodness, that's far more disturbing than I was imagining. It sounds like you were lucky to escape unscathed. Where is this local now? By the way, the thing that actually made me think that she was Nagame is this mark on her neck. I was thinking to myself that it is extremely fish-like. It's a very fish pattern sort of thing. I have to imagine that's intentional, right? So is that, and like, you know, the bit about her like lifespan and like memories from long ago. I was thinking about this and I was like, she's a freaking mermaid. Well, she isn't anymore, but you know, she was. It sounds like you were lucky to escape unscathed. Where is this local now? Well, I'm afraid she managed to slip away after we took a curse stone. I imagine she's fled the island by this point. I see. I suppose she won't be able to get up to any mischief without the curse stone, at least. So, who was this would-be mass murderer, and what exactly was she planning to do? She said her name was Kikuko Tsutsui. She didn't have any spirit sense to speak of, though. She tried to use her curse stone to get Avi to tell her what he knew about the mermaids, but we managed to fend her off and take it from her. That's right. She had hand mirrors and business cards marked with a symbol that serves as the target for the curse, and handed them out around the island in advance for whenever she needed to activate it. A premeditated crime, in other words. And quite a thorough one, too. It was quite a dangerous position you were in. I'll say. If we hadn't caught on to her intentions, I've no doubt we'd be sleeping with the fishes by now. Such is the nature of dealing with curses, I'm afraid. You never know when you might end up the target. No need to tell me twice. I've had quite enough of curses by this point. A prudent attitude. A curse's corruption starts from the heart. Indeed. I'll be sure to remember that. And did you learn what this Kikuko was after in the end? To be honest, I wasn't all that sure myself. Apparently, she was looking to get her hands on a mermaid to impress some tycoon called Yamashina. It seems he's looking for a way to become immortal. What? A tycoon called Yamashina who wants to become immortal? It couldn't be. Oh, you know him? Did she mention where she got the curse stone from? Could Yamashina have given it to her? Actually, it seems like that was someone else.
As Kikuko would tell it, she's Yamashina's illegitimate child, but he refused to acknowledge her. While she was pondering ways to gain his approval, this young CEO, his apprentice, swooped in. He offered her a sympathetic ear and a curse stone to use to accomplish her goal. I think that was the long and short of it.
Something like that, yeah.
What? So there's someone else involved?
It turns out we knew the CEO she was talking about too. We were pretty shocked.
I totally had my emphasis wrong there, sorry. So this CEO was the original owner of the Curse Stone Pussy. What is his name?
Is a young man named Kipe Ikoma, although I dare say young isn't the first word that would come to mind when looking at him.
Hi, Gamma the Chris. How are you doing? What's up?
What?
Kipe Coma, it can't be. Huh? You know him too?
No, perhaps they simply share a name? The Kipe Ikoma we know should have died 6 years ago. Huh? Died? What do you mean?
Would you mind taking a look at this, Avi?
A portrait sketch? Who might this be?
I completely fucking forgot about this. I completely forgot about the portrait sketch for that, like, Ida had mentioned it never comes back up again. It's so long before, like, I guess if I had managed to, like, route it so that, like, I did Avi's stuff, like, right after learning about that, which, would that have been possible? I don't know. But okay, yeah, sure.
Kipe Ikoma? Oh no, he doesn't look like this at all.
Yep, this isn't him.
Which means that somebody is stealing his identity. He's a different guy who has stolen this guy's name, of course. I see. Could you give us the curse stone you have, Cersei?
Sure, here you go.
Soda, would you mind taking a look at this one too?
Of course. This is the Curse of Tomoshige, and it has the power to cleave its target in two.
Is there an actual reason for Mermaid is carrying a portrait of this guy around?
He like.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. So, he was a victim of another event that involved this curse, I think. And one of the other cops handed the portrait to her. I think that was it, right? He was one of the several victims. Yeah, bones were found in a trench in the sea, cut cleanly in twain. Yeah, exactly.
Man, this is it. The curse from the Toba case.
I thought so.
What? What's gotten everyone so excited all of a sudden?
All right, I suppose we should explain. The name of the man in the sketch I just showed you is Kipe Ikoma. He was killed 6 years ago, and his skeletal remains were recently found in Toba. The cause of his death was a curse, one that kills its victims by slicing through them, bone and all. In other words, it's highly likely he was killed by the curse within this curse stone, the Curse of Tomoshige.
Wait, but wouldn't that mean...
You're telling me that this Kipe Ikoma was killed 6 years ago by a curse wielded by Kipe Ikoma?
Yes, in other words... The Kipe Ikoma you know, the company president, is a different man. He used his curse to kill the real one 6 years ago and assumed his identity.
What? You're telling me he isn't the real Ikoma?
I see. So that's how it is.
In that case, just who is the man calling himself Kipiyakoma now? I can't say, but it seems like he's quite the dangerous fellow. Good thing we managed to take his curse stone, I'll say.
Yeah, at the very least, we shouldn't have to worry about him using his curse anymore.
By the way, I believe you said that this Ikoma is Yoshiatsu Yamashina's apprentice. If that's the case, Yamashina had someone working for him with a curse stone. Could Yamashina have been pulling the strings from behind the scenes? It's possible. We should get in touch with Detective Ide and see if he can't take Yamashina in for questioning. With any luck, he'll be able to detain Ikoma as well. Something wrong?
We kind of already told Ikoma about the Forsaken Fish Curse Stone.
He did help us out earlier, after all. It only felt fair.
I suppose we can assume that information has reached Yamashina as well, then.
Oh, right. He also asked us to look for a bronze mirror that's used to lift the curse of the raging waves. The still-tide mirror, I think.
The still-tide mirror, eh? Just what could he be planning? Either way, it seems we'll be to keep an eye out for any movement on his end. Ah, yes. We were hoping you could do us a little favor, Circe. It seems you don't have a mermaid to be searching for anymore, so perhaps you could use that extra time to help us out.
What do you think, Avi?
Very well, permission granted.
How kind of you. It's nothing strenuous, I assure you. We just wanted you to find out Kipiyaka's current whereabouts, that's all.
Oh, so just an ordinary chore then?
We want to focus on getting the Curse of the Raging Waves listed as soon as possible, you see. It would be a huge help if you could pin him down in the meantime. He's definitely up to something, and most importantly, you know what he looks like. We'll ask a detective from the Mie police to look into things there too, but one can never be too cautious. Both his true identity and goal remain unclear. Be very careful when dealing with him.
I guess that means we'll have to go back to the mainland for now.
We have some time left before the last ferry is set to sail, I suppose.
Okay then. I do want to find out what's going on too, so we'll see what we can do there.
It seems we'll be helping you out with your work then. In that case, please do consider putting in a word on my behalf.
Alright, I'll see what I can do. We appreciate the help. If you learn anything of note, leave a message at the station, alright?
Got it.
I suppose we should see about lifting the Curse of the Raging Waves then. Let's get in touch with Detective Ide first. We can find Wakamura after that and see if we can't get him to cooperate.
Understood. Let's be on our way then.
New Sato and Tsukasa. New birds. Yay! Tango and Turkey. A dapper dancer on the Bamboo Breakers dance team, known for its fleet footwork and vibrant display of tail feathers, having originally harbored dreams of days spent flocked by adoring fans. The current situation, with Team Darling Maverick Mandy as the apple of everyone's eye, has him gnashing his beak in frustration. And Blues Cruise. A singer-songwriter in charge of producing pumpin' tracks for the Ocean Outlaws hooligan gang. He can be found at the same spot every day jamming to his repertoire songs. He's recently hit it off with Tit for Tat, who admires his work, but he remains unaware that his new fan is a notorious delinquent. Awesome. There's only 4 birds left. Ooh. I am really curious about this. Does anyone know, is the stuff that's like left here, is this just from getting Avi killed in the other way? I'm thinking. There's more I can do there. What does that mean? like, is it significant and I need to, and I should do that? Or is it just a death? It's not just a death, but you don't need to do it. It will become clear later why it's not done. Okay. Maybe I wait on that for now? Question mark? Okay. People who have already played this, how much longer do I have on this? Do you think this is another full stream? Or do you think, like, if I went for, like, I don't know, let's say 2 hours more, would I be able to finish it? Because I feel like if I have a full stream for still, another full stream, probably one more stream. Okay. Maybe I should wrap for tonight and we come back to this next time. I got some game left ahead of me. Yeah, okay. I do kind of want to read more. But also, like, probably should not push too much, especially if... Yeah, I shouldn't. Oops. I pressed the wrong button. Sorry. We'll come back with Sato and Tsukasa next time, I guess. Yeah, okay. That's what we'll do. And let's see, I've got Tuesday free again, so I guess I could just like jump right back into it on Tuesday. We could have Paranormasight Tuesday come back. Or I could do it on like Thursday or something. Sometime this week, we will come back and hopefully finish it. Let's see. What you want me to say? You want me to say Tuesday like pterodactyl? You don't want me to say Tuesday anymore? You don't like Tuesday? What's your problem with Tuesday? You hating on Tuesday? I am going to send you to Bug. Because they're playing fucking Bomber Cyberpunk, which is awesome. And I wanna watch that, okay, everybody? Anyways, I will see you again on Tuesday. Tuesday will either be, hopefully, conclusion of this or Final Fantasy II. Obviously, it won't be conclusion of Final Fantasy II. I will be playing Apollo Justice on Wednesday at Clue Cream's channel with her and Kit. And I kind of think it's not gonna be the end, but it could be. I don't know. We'll see. We might finish that shit. It's possible. Yeah, like probably Thursday will be whatever thing I don't do on Tuesday, and that's about what I'm looking at right now. I might do something on Sunday. Something, question mark, I don't know. Anyways, thank you so much for hanging out and watching. I will see you all later. Bye, bitty, bye!